Hello, friends. Welcome. It's been a minute since I've streamed. Feels like it's been a minute, but we're here now. Hi. I love you. Travis, Smiley, hello. Potential lurkers, hello. Hope y'all are doing good. I hope things are going well for ya. I am feeling much better compared to how I was feeling this weekend. I would say I'm sorry I didn't stream on Monday, but also I had fun playing video games with everyone for 13 hours. Oopsies. But yeah, hi, I'm back. It's gonna be great. We're gonna do some Scarlet Hollow today because Chapter 3 came out and I'm very, very excited. And I have been told by a reliable source that it's a good chapter. Which just makes me even more excited to check it out. And it's gonna be great and fantastic, and I've got a hair that is stabbing me in the eyes despite wearing glasses. But yeah, like I said, I hope everyone's doing well. I don't want to, I want to start, but I also want to give people a chance to, show up, because I know we had a lot of folks, invested in this series. But I also don't have a ton to talk about today. Other than, hey, I'm feeling better. Things are going great in that regards. Still going hard on Elden Ring. Outside of streaming. Which is great. It's still great. I finally broke the 100-hour mark on it. Oopsies. Been playing it a little too much, but that's fine. But yeah, I think I did kind of check to make sure it worked. Because I know that sometimes save files get funky when a new chapter update happens. It looks like our save file is still working. And they have a recap option, which is wonderful and great and fantastic because I only vaguely remember what happened last time. I do remember that there were ghosts and mines. And a kid broke a leg, I think. And a bunch of teens were being teens. But I don't remember the specifics. Mimes? Yeah, there were a bunch of ghosts and mimes? Mines? Mines with ore in them? The abandoned mines? Can you imagine just a hole in the ground with mimes inside of it? Just left there. Horrifying indeed. I would be scared. I would be terrified. But yeah, so it's nice that there is a recap option, because I don't know that there was last time. But it has been a minute since we played it, because I think the last time we played was when Chapter 2 was released. And it's been a few months. But yeah, I guess that's all I have to say. So I guess let's go ahead and get started. Yeah? Yeah? I want to get started. Alright. I say this, and then I immediately lose all of my windows, and I have no idea what's happening, and that's fine. Let's do the thing. Let's do the thing. There's that good music. There's that good music. I hope that the sound is okay for y'all. I don't think it's too terribly loud. It doesn't look like it's too loud. But we'll see, I suppose. June 20th is when we played last. So it's been 9-10 months. That's fine. Yep. Yes, I would love to see a recap. Full recap or just a recap of episode 2? I think a full recap would probably be good. Music could be louder. We'll turn everything up just a little bit. Is that better? I mean, music is a little bit quiet right now, but... Also, let's do the full recap. Let's go. The long-lost cousin. The bad news. The 26 hours of bus rides with countless late-night stops and seedy depots that felt unsafe even in the middle of the day. You wouldn't normally find yourself traveling like this, but your cousin bought the tickets. The funeral for Pearl and Scarlet, your cousin's mother and your aunt, seemed like something you shouldn't ignore, even considering your own late mother's rocky relationship with this side of the family. Sorry, I'm very excited. Tabitha! Welcome to our family's humble estate. Unfortunately, due to the current state of the house, only a few rooms will be safely accessible during your stay. I wouldn't go wandering anywhere else if you value your limbs. The floors have been known to give out. Damn, girl, you live like this? As the locks fall, the doors moan open, revealing the entrance to what once must have been an incredibly lavish ballroom. Faintly in the distance, you can hear the quiet notes of an old piano playing from another room. I forgot about Tumor Deer! Oh! Tumor Deer, please! A single deer remains behind, staring down the beam of Stella's flashlight while Gretchen whines and pulls at her harness. We love Gretchen here. Oh, I remember this! Come on, you, whatever your name is, grab that flashlight and help me line up a good shot! As the creatures in the tree line grow louder and more numerous, Gretchen violently strains against her harness. You dive forward and scoop Gretchen into your arms just before she manages to wriggle out of her harness. Your eyes fixate on the dark tree line over Duke's shoulder. God damn it! Yeah, I forgot we, may have been complicit in Duke getting shot. Oopsies. My grandmother called them ditchlings, and they are a terrible omen. A sign of great suffering and destruction to come. It's... Sybil is the grandmother. Kanika is our friend. Well, is Stella's friend, right? I mean, she's our friend now. From the relative safety of your cousin's uncomfortable guest bed, the events of the past evening seem like something that happened to someone else. Though you can still clearly picture the terror you felt in those moments, for now, you're safe and you're warm. Tabitha! Also, doesn't she just eat macaroni and cheese and PB&J sandwiches? Vaguely remembering everything as we get through this. But listen, you'd better stay out of trouble today. I want you home by sunset. I don't want to hear complaints. Just do what I ask and you won't have any more problems. Frou-frou. Tabitha takes a few steps towards the door. Sunset. I love Avery. You know, a toddler like that? That does describe most toddlers, to be fair. Wow, that is some heavy stuff. No wonder Stella seemed distant. I'm gonna keep my ears open for you. Diner is where everyone comes to gossip, so I hear a lot about what goes on around here. I'll let you know if anyone mentions those monsters or anything else strange or unusual. Right, we were upfront with Avery about the whole situation. Also, Gretchen. Look at her. Realize you can't see my cursor, but that's okay. Have either of you seen Rosalina around town? I don't want to be a helicopter dad, but she hasn't been answering my texts, and I wanted to make sure she isn't getting into trouble out there. Is that cheese behind the text box? Kinda looks like cheese. Hi, Dr. Kelly. We were wondering if we could, if it would be okay if Reese could come... We were wondering if it would be okay if Reese could come hang out. Nothing strenuous, we promise. Whatever you two have planned is probably beyond what he can manage right now. I forgot about this guy! Stay home. Wait for the week to end. Don't keep putting yourself in the path of danger. This is all I ask. Wayne is what his coat says. Sybil mentioned something about Wayne, didn't she? You're interrupted by a sudden movement out of the corner of your eye. A girl carrying a bundle of snacks pops through a hole in the fence and disappears over the crest of a hill. Ah, there's a ditchling in the corner! You know what? Hold on a second. Let me... Can I capture my cursor, please? There we go. There's a ditchling up here. She didn't. Guess the old Maxwell place doesn't cut it as a secret hangout spot these days. But the Shaw mine? That place was shut down like 100 years ago. After a collapse that killed over 100 people. Pull out your phone and dial your cousin. What is it? You know I'm in a meeting. A kid just snuck into the Shaw mine. I figured you should know. What? Are you serious? Why do things keep happening to me? Ugh, whatever. I'll head over there as soon as I can. Just stay where you are and wait for me, alright? God, I don't even know why I'm trying to reason with you. It's not like you'll listen. And of course, we did not listen. My dad's a foreman at the continuous mining facility, and he says they only abandoned this mine because there wasn't enough coal left, so it's actually really safe and we can hang out here whenever we want. Correction, your father was a foreman at the continuous mining facility. We'll see if he even has a job tomorrow morning. Tabitha, this face is horrifying. My dad says our house is haunted. Right, that was a whole thing, wasn't it? 'Cause Rosalina and her dad, Oscar, are, like, sleeping at the library for now. 'Cause their house is haunted. Hitting is interrupted by a pair of thunderous knocks. Oh, right, it was the Tommy knocker situation, wasn't it? Wait a second, where did 3 of you run off to? Are you kidding me? There's something in the darkness before you that's much louder, though you don't hear it. Wait, what? There's something in the darkness before you that's much louder, though you don't hear it. But you can feel it in your chest, like the deep growl of a predator. Okay, I kind of understand that. What do you think you're doing? Get away from there. Your cousin dives towards you, but not before the light from your phone illuminates the chamber. I forgot forgot that I used my full username for it. Kayshurrr? Kayshurrr, are you alright? Well, wait, Becca and Alexis are still down there. You can't just leave them here. I know which way they were going. They'll listen to you this time, I promise. Your surroundings quake as the mine collapses around you. Tabitha doesn't say a word as the car cuts along the darkened road. You collapse in Tabitha's dusty guest bed, your head empty of thoughts. After your time in the Shaw mine, you barely even notice the dust. When you close your eyes, you see Rosalina's face, twisted with pain, staring up at you with tear-streaked cheeks. Trapped by powers beyond her control, terrified of what her now uncertain future would hold. Time to wake up. Just a good recap. Okay. Just making sure that everything is running fine. That looks incredibly loud. So I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit. But if it's too loud or too quiet, let me know. Alright. Sunshine filters in through the dusty windows of the estate as the dull aches of last night's activities throb in and out of focus. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Okay. You managed to survive a second night in the town of Scarlet Hollow. Is this really only our second night? Oh. As you pull yourself out of bed, you can feel the soot and grime of the Shaw mine still stuck to your skin. We're gonna take a shower. We're gonna take a shower. We're covered in mind gunk. Excuse me. Alright. You step into the guest bathroom and into the shower. Can we get a better shower curtain? The water is hot and, surprisingly enough, clean. Steam fills your lung and soot washes down the drain. Oh my god, there's so many options. So we have an option specific to one of our traits, which is mystical. So every minute feels like another thread holding this town together. Every minute feels like another thread holding this town together starts to unravel. Thoughts of doom consume me. Think about Rosalina's shattered leg and the image of a foot barely still attached to her body. Think about Duke and the image of him lying there, slumped against a tree with half his head blown off. We've done it so bad! Holy shit! Scrub feverishly, trying to scrape the memories from your skin as if they're a part of the dirt that coats you. Think about Sybil's warning, the worst is yet to come. Think about Wayne and wonder how many times he's watched you unseen. Think about someone special. Think about finally being out of this hellhole and safe in your own bed. Let's go the mystical route. Every minute feels like another thread holding this town together starts to unravel. Thoughts of doom consume you. I'm done here. I got the achievement, wash away your sins. Sorry. Game, please. You're done here. You turn off the faucet and dry yourself off. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Forgot to tweet that I was going live. Give me 2 seconds. Oopsies. Please. Phone. Work with me. Alright. That's done. Whoops. I'm definitely on top of everything today. Don't even worry about it. Time to start your day. Let's check on the possum! There's 2 possums! There are 2 of them now! There are 2 of them now! I'm gonna wave at them. You wave down at the possums. They look up at you. Can I pet them? Against your better judgment, you reach out to the possums, hand outstretched. Oh well, it was worth a shot. Maybe now they'll leave your dresser and return to nature where they belong. Let's look outside. You hold your breath and approach the bedroom window. After finding that boot print and viscera in the garden yesterday, you can't help but anticipate something staring back at you. Did we find viscera? I do vaguely remember that we saw, like, who I think we assumed was Wayne standing outside. And I do kind of remember us finding the footprint. I don't remember us finding, like, blood or guts or anything. It's the same view. Okay. Turn back to the guest room. Let's check the closet. Spooky doll. Every time you see that doll, your heart skips a beat. Hasn't moved, right? So enough of this closet. You turn back to the thing. Message your group chat with Stella and Kanika. Yeah. Pull out your phone and open your group chat with Stella and Kanika. Morning, how are you guys holding up? Last night was terrible. What's the game plan? Y'all, I actually bonded with Tabitha last night. Can't wait to ghost bust tonight. I get to meet Reese today! Exclamation point, exclamation point, one exclamation point. Send a photo of a pained old man. Oh, how are you guys holding up? It'll probably be a bit before you get a response. Let's text Stella? Pull out your phone to text Stella. No, I think... I think Reese is Kanika and Stella's friend. They kind of touched on it in the recap, but he's, like, sick? I think... But in theory, he's ill. But also, if Reese were a possum, that would make me very happy. You pull out your phone to text Stella. It is true. That would be the only explanation for the excitement. But because Reese isn't a possum, that's obviously the incorrect response. So yeah, we pull out your phone to text Stella. Send a photo of a creepy mascot in a grungy basement. Want to hang out before Reese ghost hunting? How are you holding up? I mean, we asked both of them how that was going. I'm gonna send a creepy mascot in a grungy basement. What the fuck? You send a photo of a creepy mascot in a grungy basement. Probably be a bit before. Let's go ahead and text Kanika. I'm gonna be that person who's just spamming everyone in every possible chat ever. Send her a photo of an exhausted Ben Affleck. Let's see how things are going with Miles. That's her brother, right? Probably be a bit before you get a response. Let's head downstairs. Done everything you've wanted to up here. It's time to start your day. Who's this? You enter the kitchen and find your cousin in the midst of devouring a pint of banana chocolate chunk. She isn't alone. Her first glares at you from her usual spot on the counter as a red-headed woman busies herself trying to tidy as best she can. Tabitha's eyes dart to the corner of the room, almost as if she's ashamed of being caught in the act of stress-eating ice cream for breakfast. No shame in it, Tabitha. Sometimes you gotta. Let's address the red-haired woman just by introducing ourselves. Hi, I'm Kayshurrr. Good morning, I'm Janie. Just here to do my little weekly cleaning. Whatever cleaning Miss Tabitha will let me do, at least. Could have this place looking brand new, you know. Don't go making any big renovations or moving anything around. I like knowing where my stuff is. Okie dokie. It's so nice to finally meet you, Kayshurrr. I mean, I guess I did meet you on Monday when you popped into the diner. Janie. But seeing someone somewhere and meeting them face to face are two completely different things, I suppose. Get Java chip ice cream and pretend it's Starbucks. Just dump it into a glass and just chug your ice cream. That's a good move. Thanks. Remain silent. We'll just go thanks, I guess. Thanks. All I'm trying to say is that it's wonderful to finally actually meet you, and I'm so happy part of the family is here to keep Miss Tabitha, what with everything that's Janie. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Tabitha. Am I being too much again? Tabitha grumbles in acknowledgement. Also, grip it and rip it. Hey, ya cuz, how's it hanging? Hey, Tabitha, how's it going? Do we have any updates on Rosalina? Yeah, they had to take her foot! Her dad's lucky she's alive. Wait, Tabitha, you can't just... can't just drop that on me. There's a lot to unpack here right now. Tabitha takes one last spoonful of ice cream, then discards the empty container, turning to you with her trademark scowl. Let's get going. I've got an errand to run in town, and every time I've left you here alone, something terrible's wound up happening, so you're coming with me. You can't just tell me Rosalina lost a foot and move on like nothing happened. Literally what I just said. You had to take that little girl's foot. Jesus, Tabitha, you're not mincing words. I don't want to lie to her. Let's do the explorer option. You can't just tell me she lost her foot and then move on like nothing happened. Just because something terrible happened to someone, it doesn't mean that life doesn't go on. Life has to go on. And let me assure you that what happened to that poor girl weighs heavily on my mind. Now, shall we go, or would you rather keep bombarding me with guilt for something I personally begged you not to do? Okay, maybe I am gonna lie to her. I'll be out there in a couple of minutes. Gotta wrap up my morning routine. I feel like shit from last night, and I still have to wrap up my morning routine. Look, I get it, but there's a lot on my plate today, and I want to spend some time with you before things start piling on. I already waited long enough for you to get up. Jeannie, lock up when you leave, please, and don't go rearranging anything. I'll know. As you're ready to leave, Janie approaches from the far side of the kitchen. Tabitha remains between the two of you, impatiently tapping her foot. Oh, Kayshurrr, before you go, I heard about what happened last night. I mean, I heard about it before Miss Tabitha mentioned it just now, and then I heard it again. I just wanted to say that I'm so sorry you got caught up in that. I'll be praying for Oscar and poor little Rosalina. Well, they're such sweethearts. Couldn't have happened to nicer people. I should go. Tabitha's foot tapping is driving me insane. Bye! It's nice seeing you, but I've got to bounce. Have you seen anyone prowling around the estate? You know anything about a guy named Wayne? Have you seen any weird creatures? Sorry, Tabitha's so mean to you. Please! Let's go the street smart route. I'd love to chat, but I'd hate to interrupt your work. I'm in town for another few days, though, if you've got time. Of course! Feel free to swing by the church any old time. Oh, I should have known. Daniel and I are always there, except when I'm working, of course, but Daniel's usually there regardless. Alright, let's go. Bye, Janie. Be safe out there, you two. I mean, I should have known the second she was like, oh, pray for them. Girl. You and Tabitha walk through the doors of the estate and into her car. The ride to town is uneventful, your cousin unsurprisingly more focused on the road than on making conversation. Alright, we're just popping into the general store for a few minutes. Shouldn't we be solving a mystery right now? After everything that's happened the past 2 days, it's nice to just go on an errand. What are you doing at the general store? Picking up tea from Sybil. Not the... Oh, I gotcha. Picking up tea. Oh, neat. What kind of tea? I don't know. The kind Sybil makes. She makes a bunch of weird stuff. I don't know what all of it's called. Right. Well, after everything that's happened the past 2 days, it's nice to just go on an errand. Exactly. Kanika! You and Tabitha turn as the door to the general store bursts open. Flustered Kanika exits, shouting behind her. Fine, okay, keep coddling him. Keep letting him get away with stuff you never would have let me so much as think about. Sick of carrying this family. Oof, Kanika. Kanika storms off, the door slowly drifting shut behind her. Ugh, other people and their drama. If more people kept things to themselves, they'd be a lot happier. Tabitha... I think it's... Have I ever told you that you scare me? Glad she's finally letting loose. Maybe her family will stop taking advantage over her. I don't... Even if that's true, I don't know that we know enough to say that. I'd be losing it if Miles were my brother. Neither of us have siblings, so neither of us know know that. I'd like to think I have the discipline and rigor to keep my feelings to myself. Why do you care so much? I think you're only saying that because you want to leave. Neither of the... I think you're only saying that because you want to leave. So why are you still here? Haven't we been over this already? I have responsibilities. If I'm not here, if I don't do my job, all of these lives are effectively over. We're burning daylight. Come on already. The bells of the general store chime as you cross the threshold. The smells of old wood and steamy herbal tea flood your senses, making you feel instantly at home. Good morning, you two. Hope you're doing well after last night's activities. Morning. Is the new blend ready? Of course. Kayshurrr, if you'd like to keep Miles company, Tabitha and I will be just a minute. I don't want to keep this child company, though. Can we stop with this devil's lettuce nonsense? I'm afraid of Miles. What if he makes fun of me for being old? Can I go with you? I like the tea room. I always like visitors in the tea room, but I'm afraid I'm too busy to entertain for long, so we won't be lingering. Might as well just stay out, wait out here. No need to cram in there like sardines. Authentic rocks. Sybil motions for Tabitha to follow, and they both disappear into the tea room, closing the door behind them with a tinkling of bells. Try and listen in. Find a subtle spot near the door and listen in. The walls to the tea room are surprisingly thick, and you can only make out snippets of the conversation. I know it. Longer, short notice, aren't easy to come by. Is there enough? Just fine. Make sure this is all. Not keeping it. You only have one. Plenty of times. Your listening session is halted as the tinkling of bells announce another patron. Who are you? Oh, excuse me. Wait, you're Kayshurrr, aren't you? My name is Bo. I'm Duke's boy. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hi, I killed your dad. There's so much happening right now. Mrs. Forsyth called me on the phone and told me you saw what happened to my daddy. Folks don't seem to care that your dad is dead, do they? Have you found his body yet? Yeah, it wasn't pretty, sorry, Bo. Could have saved him, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm so sorry for your loss. Thank you. Mrs. Forsyth said that you and Miss Richmond did your best. Thankfully you tried to help. Mama's pretty broken up about it. Trying to hold it together since I'm the man of the house now, but it ain't easy. Me and him was supposed to bring Big Betty to the state fair this week, but now he's gone, and as of this morning, so is she. Should have done the folks line. Guess I should have. But also, this poor kid. So I suppose if I'm not going to the fair, I may as well make myself useful and get out in the woods to look for what's left of my daddy. Don't! Bo, don't do it! He was there, right? Could you tell me where to look so I can try and find him? Okay, we'll do the explore options first. You seen anything strange on the farm the past couple of days? Is Big Betty one of your chickens? Nah, she ain't a chicken. Big Betty is our prized pumpkin. She was a big lady, too. I'd expect she was at least 2,000 pounds. Not too easy to move something like that. Could be she rolled off down a hill, but I can't be looking for her just yet with the, what with everything else going on. You seen anything strange on the farm the past couple of days? Not really, no, but I've been awful busy, what with everything that's still been happening. Them chickens keep disappearing, though. It's dangerous up there. I wouldn't go poking around. I'm a stranger to what these hills have to offer. Daddy always said I wouldn't have nothing to fear so long as I learned how to use my fists, so he taught me how to do all that. Those woods might still be scary, or still get scary sometimes, but I reckon there's no better way to show my daddy I've learned those lessons than go out there and find him. I don't know that he'd appreciate me saying that it was ditchlings that killed his dad. But I don't want to tell him where it was, but I also don't want to not tell him. Died on the northeast edge of town, off the Asgina Trail? Thank you, Kayshurrr. I appreciate you trying to help us out. I won't rest easy knowing he's out there somewhere all by his lonesome. Please tell Miss Scarlet I'm sorry about her mama. Tabitha and Sybil are still in the tea room. Your phone buzzes. Oh my god, hey, I overslept? Still gotta make myself breakfast. Meet at library after and figure out plan. And then it buzzes again. Sorry. Stella sends you back an image of an exhausted alien. Hey again, lol. If you want to come over for breakfast, would honestly love to hang out. And then it buzzes yet again. Somebody was busy this morning. Oh, hey again. If you want to hang out before the library thing, I'm parked in the abandoned lot by the gas station. It's hard to miss. Fuck, I want to see both of them! You have plenty of time before dinner at Reese's house. I want to do all of this. I want to do all of this. Want to do all of this. Also, I like how Bo's still in the background. Fuck. Go after Kanika, swing by Stella's, check in on Oscar, go to the diner to see Avery, wait for Tabitha. Tabitha's gonna be so mad if I go somewhere else, though. I hate this. I want to check in with Oscar because I feel extremely responsible for Rosalina losing her foot. I want to go see Kanika and Stella before I go see Kanika and Stella. I want to go see Avery because Avery is our sweet, sweet, lovely, lovely person. But also, they aren't high on the priority list right now as far as everything that's going on. But they're also super high on the priority list. Fuck. We should go check on Kanika, since we've seen that she just had an altercation that was going on. Fuck. That's too many options. You follow the directions Kanika texted you and soon find yourself in a disused parking lot hidden behind the shuttered shops on Main Street. She's sitting alone in the back of her van. Hey, Kayshurrr. I love your... love everything about this. There's something different about Kanika today. It's as if her aura has dimmed, her body language tense and tired. Sorry if this is a weird place to hang out. I'm, taking a mental health day. Kinda need some space from the store. Plus, I feel like ass. I'm exhausted and a little out of it. Must have inhaled too much coal dust last night. Are we flirting? No, we're flirting with Avery, because we love Avery here. What's going on with you and your folks? Sounds like you were having some kind of argument? Start with, how are you doing after last night? I'd hold your hand in an unused parking lot, Sam. Listen. Gib? Gib hand! Hand Gib! Hi, Sam! How's it going? How are you doing? Yeah, let's... How are you doing after last night, Kanika? Everything is bad in town. I have done this so bad. Ugh. Hand got hand. Perfect. Thank you, friend. You're doing great. Good. I saw that you're downloading Elden Ring. I saw that you're downloading Elden Ring. I'm very excited for you. How are you doing after last night? Oh, you know, not great. At least I was able to get to sleep once the adrenaline wore off, even if I barely feel like I got any rest at all. Now I've just got a raging headache. Ugh, I hope I'm not coming down with something. Before things got heated with my folks, Mom gave me some more of this tea that's supposedly good for, I don't know, recovery? Rejuvenation? Must have been caffeinated or something, because it did not help me fall asleep. But it's kind of helping with the headache, and at least it tastes good. What about you? I hate it here and I want to leave. I feel guilty. After everything that's happened the past couple of nights, I just feel guilty. Like, I don't deserve to be doing okay when other people have suffered so much. Shouldn't let survivor's guilt get to you like that. What's going on with you and your folks? She sighs. Are you sure you want me to get into it? I don't want to dump all that drama on you. On second thought, nah, it sounds like a lot. Lay it on me. Of course, I'm here for you, only if you're comfortable sharing. Can I have a combination of 1 and 3, please? Of course, I'm here for you. That's totally okay. We love lurkers here, Sam. But I always love hearing from you, and it's really nice when you stop in and just say hi. But do your work, get the things done. I appreciate you being here. You got this. Of course, I'm here for you. Thanks, Kayshurrr. I really appreciate that. Especially since you were there last night, you'll really get it. Coming out of something like that unscathed and knowing not everyone was so lucky, there's no way to really imagine how that feels until it's happened to you. So after everything that happened, I had to deal with my brother. He really made me feel like I was the bad guy, especially once we got home. Like, what happened to Rosalina was my fault. My mom didn't help. She never does. She always takes his side, saying he's young and allowed to make mistakes. Mistakes that I could never dream of getting away with. Oh, Kanika, do I fully understand this? When we told her what happened, she just said the same shit she always does about family and getting along and sent us to bed with tea. Favorite method of conflict resolution. As if a little hot leaf water ever really helped anybody. What's the deal with her and tea anyways? Is that it? That doesn't sound too bad. I'm sorry, that sucks. I don't know how you deal with these people. Your fault? That's rich. I'm not a fan of any of these. Let's deal with her and tea anyways. I mean, she does divination. Hi, Emmy. And Allie. Yeah, it's this game. Hey, it's this game. Hey, it's this game. Hi, friends. Oh no. Just eat some gummies while that plays. How's it going, friendos? How are we doing? Let's ask about what's the deal with her and T anyways. Obviously, Sybil likes divination. That's what's going on there. What's the deal with her and T anyways? You gotta unlurk for friends. I don't know if you've seen the sign in the tea room, but apparently T is life. It's like she thinks she's some kind of witch. It's kind of boiled over this morning, though. She wound up blaming me for letting Miles sneak off into the mines, saying that if I had been working like I was supposed to, he wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Like, I'm supposed to be in charge of a sullen teenager every second of the day. While working. And it's not like I don't care. I'm always stressed out about that kid, or the store, or the million other little things I'm supposed to deal with. Can I give Kanika a hug? None of this should be on me. These are the best years of my life, and I'm wasting them in this dying town, keeping a store afloat while my mom just messes around with her little herbs or whatever. I'd made it out of here, damn it. I'd gotten into grad school. I was good at it. I was gonna graduate with honors and everything. But Dad died, and I came back for the funeral, then I had to stick around just to help Mom sort out a few things. First it was a month, then 2. Now here I am, over a year later, and those few things became my life. I don't want to be this person. I just want to give Kanika a hug. If I could, I'd just drive this van all the way to the coast, lie down on the beach, and never come back. Thank you, Emmy, for giving Kanika a hug. She fucking needs it. Ew, I hate this. Do it, just get out of here and take me with you. So you missed the recap. But Kanika is having issues with her mother and her brother. So last time we played Scarlet Hollow, all the kids ran off and hid in an abandoned mine. In an abandoned mine. Bad things happened there. One of the kids, we found out as of the start of this playthrough, had to get her fucking foot amputated. No, Travis, no, we didn't shoot a guy in the face. We just happened to be around when a man got shot in the face. And we didn't stop it from happening because we were grabbing a dog. Yeah, the face thing was episode 1. Last episode was all the kids, hiding out in the mine, us seeing ghosts. We saw that weird vault in the mine as well. And Rosalina, one of the kids, got her foot trapped under a rock. As of the beginning of this episode, we found out that she has had to get her foot amputated. We're trying to touch base with all of our friends to figure out what's going on. And but our cousin Tabitha doesn't want us to leave her presence. Surprise, surprise, we've already done that. But when we got into town, we saw that Kanika was, like, leaving the store that her mother owns, in a bit of a huff. There was some sort of altercation that happened, so we're checking in with her, and her mother and her brother are basically blaming her for everything that happened the day before, which is gross and not great. Also, I hate all these family is important options, because no, I'm sorry, if your family is garbage, your family is garbage, and you need to leave them. You're welcome. What about Stella and Reese? Look, when it comes to Reese, I love the dude, but I haven't seen him in person in a long time. Hardly a reason to stay here. Stella, though, I should spend more time with her. Do it. Just get out of here. Again, can I just combine some options? Sounds like your family is holding you back on purpose. I mean, again, I don't... This is all shit that I would tell a person that I knew. I don't know Kanika well enough to, like, lay that on her. Do it! Just get out of here! It's not that easy. I can't just leave this all behind. God, and of course I feel like an asshole for talking about all of this now, the morning after a mine collapse. But I guess that's what pushed all of this to the edge. Nothing like a major disaster to make you question the direction your life has been taken, right? Some of these are not great options. I do love Kanika, but I think I have my heart set on Avery. If we're gonna flirt with any character, we're gonna flirt with Avery. But I do love Kanika a lot. I think if I play through again, I'll definitely try and, like, romance Kanika. Look at her! Have you heard about what happened to Rosalina? They apparently had to do an amputation. Holy shit. I knew that injury looked serious, but I didn't think it'd be that bad. That poor kid. I guess it's good that we all got out of there. Probably could have gone a lot worse. But that's easy for me to say. I'm not the one in the hospital right now. It's just not fair. Are we still going over to Reese's place today? Oh, right. With everything going on, I almost forgot. Yeah, I think that's around 4. Here's hoping he's still up for it. I'm dying to know what he's been up to in that little dungeon room of his. Fuck that. I don't trust his mom. I do vaguely remember her giving me really bad vibes. He's so mysterious. Can't wait to meet the strange basement man. Glad you found his Phantom of the Opera vibes intriguing. It's probably gonna be good for him to meet new people. Maybe it'll get him to leave his underground fortress every now and then. Any tips for making a good first impression? I don't think you need to worry about making a good impression. If I knew Reese, he'll be way too worried about his own shit to even think to be offended by anything you say. Even if you insult his art, he'd probably just think he deserved it, the poor guy. Don't do that, by the way. It would be like kicking a puppy. What kind of art does he do? Really dark stuff. It's good, though. The guy's terrible at getting it out there. Not that I blame him, but it's the sort of stuff that'll blow up the second he dies. Which hopefully won't be for a very long time. Sorry to get a little macabre. I don't trust his mom. I don't either. Things just don't add up with the two of them. Alright, we'll remain silent. So, ghost hunting tonight? Yep, I didn't forget Stella's little evening plans. Can't wait to find whatever leaky pipe or slanted floor or bad insulation made it seem like the place was haunted. We're gonna be exploring Oscar's house today, aren't we? Ah! It's a little puzzle, you know? What if ghosts are just a red herring? What if it was all... what if all of this is actually because of... aliens? There's a ghost, I hope the ghost... if there is a ghost, I hope the ghost... it's really scary. Isn't really scary, or is really scary? We're gonna see so many Sneeple. I'm just looking forward to helping Oscar feel safe in his house. Whether there's a ghost or not, I want to help him and Rosalina feel comfortable moving back in. Same here. That poor kid. Just hope this hasn't been too traumatic for her. It has. Kanika, don't worry. You and my cousin don't seem to get along very well. That's putting it lightly. But yeah, sometimes you don't get along with people. If you have to ask, I think she's repugnant, or a repugnant, selfish human being to her core. And she's a big jerk too. It's like I need her validation. Did she do something to you? This seems personal. Well, and I have to sit up a little bit. Ugh. Besides her general bad attitude, no, she hasn't necessarily done anything to me. But her mom tried to buy the general store out from under my dad more times than he could count. She was an absolute snake of a woman, and the apple didn't fall from the tree, judging by how Tabitha treats the miners. If I weren't here, I'm sure the store would already belong to the Scarlets. There's no way my mom or Miles would have the backbone to stand up to her. Just another way this town manages to keep its nasty little hooks in me. She and Stella seem like they're close, or at least like they used to be. Yeah, I don't know what Stella saw in her, but they got pretty close in high school. I was taking a lot of online AP classes, so I wasn't around like I used to be. Maybe it's my fault they wound up hanging out so much. It seemed like they were always together, but by the time I got back to town, they didn't seem to be talking anymore. Never really got the whole picture of what happened there, but thank God it meant I didn't have to see that woman all the time. Maybe Stella brought out a better side of her. Maybe. But whatever side she might have seen, I sure as hell haven't seen it. Wouldn't her buying the general store be your ticket out of here? It's not that simple. My dad worked so hard to keep that store out of the Scarlet's hands. He knew as soon as Pearl Ann got it, she'd have a stranglehold on housing, work, and supplies for the miners. Next thing you know, your town has lost 100 years of progress, and you're back in the era of company towns. If I left, it would be a slap in the face to everything my family has worked toward since my grandfather's time. Sucks that I'm the only one in the family who cares about that anymore, but I guess that's life. I think she puts up a tough front, but she's softer than she seems. As if that changes anything. If a dog bites you because it's scared, it still bit you, and you have every right to never trust it again. Fair enough. Doesn't matter if that dog is nice to other people, or if it only bit you because it wanted to seem tough. She's never done anything to prove to me she's a good person inside. All she does is bark and snap at people. Be careful if I were you. Don't go sympathizing with someone like her. Fair enough, Kanika. Welcome back, Emmy. I'm sorry your computer crashed. Let's just share a quiet moment. Quiet breeze blows across the lot as you and Kanika share a quiet moment. Both your phones buzz in unison. You reach for them at the same time. Almost forgot, it's Mayor Jimmy Day! Good excuse to head over to the library. You should check in with Oscar. Meet y'all there in half an hour. Wow, I totally blinked on the Mayor Jimmy thing. It's almost like we just went through a traumatic event or something, and I'm not on top of my schedule. But Stella's right. That gives us a chance to meet up with Oscar and Mayor Jimmy's awful cute. I'm sorry, Emmy, it's not Mayor Emmy Day. It's Mayor Jimmy Day. But is he as cute as me? Why is beating the mayor such a big event? You'll find out soon enough. I won't spoil the fun. Anyways, we'll chill with Mayor Jimmy, go to Reese's for dinner, then do some ghost hunting tonight. Thank God we have so much going on today. I really needed the distraction. Shall we? Let's go to the library. You and Kanika make your way to the library. It's busier than usual, and a small crowd is formed in a corner for the main foyer. I love Stella's shirt. I need shirts with little ghosties embroidered on them. Also, look at Gretchen! Perfect dog. I mean, probably not. Yes, the whole gang's here. I've been waiting to introduce Kayshurrr to the mayor for, like, the entire time I've known her. It'll be worth it. Trust us. Alright, shall we? Emmy, I think the mayor might have you beat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Emmy, but I think the mayor might have you beat. He's a dog! You can tell this dog is the mayor from his little sash and fancy top hat. There's a regal air about him, almost as if he knows the position of authority he's been elected to. I am so sad that I don't have the talk with animals skill right now. Also, the way Gretchen is looking at this dog. He's the goodest boy, obviously. You haven't met the serious man by his side, but you have to assume that he's the mayor's handler. I do remember the time Koba's talk with plant skill actually came in handy. I think about that moment a lot, actually. Fucking miss Koba as a character. I miss Metz. He holds out his paw as if to shake your hand? Look at this distinguished gentleman. Look at this fine young man. I knew he'd be a dog. Okay, we've met the mayor. Let's go. We're doomed. I was expecting something different. He's so cute. He's a dog. Mr. Mayor, something terrible is going to happen to this town and we need your help. I'm gonna shake his paw. It's lovely to meet you, Mr. Mayor. I reach forward to take the mayor's little paw in your hand, but his burly security detail stops you. No paw shaking. Only head pats and ear scratches allowed. So glad no one ruined the surprise. This town has had a dog as mayor since the early 1900s. That's just how we do things around here for some reason. I can't... The mayor is a dog. The mayor is a dog. It's perfect. It's the best part of living in Scarlet Hollow, besides the nature. Emmy, you got all of the people mayors beat. But you don't have Mayor Jimmy beat, and I'm sorry. Pug is Stella! Or, not Stella, Gretchen! Pug is Gretchen, Stella's dog. We love Gretchen here. Listen! Gretchen is perfect. And all my friends and Winnie's Biscuits. Oh, and the close-knit small-town community, of course. I mean, it's understandable. We played this last June? So it's been a while. But it's a good fucking game. But having a dog mayor is a close fifth. No contest. All dog mayors. Emmy. Other people mayors. We don't know people mayors here. Gretchen, please! Not the pug noises. Not the... Should we just say instead of all dog mayors, just all animal mayors? Animals as mayors should be number one. Gretchen squirms in Stella's arms, straining to get at Mayor Jimmy. The aggressive pug noises. Hey, whoa, Gretchen, calm down, old girl. You're gonna pull a muscle. She is not about this dog. Miss Richmond, I'm gonna have to ask you and your dog to step away from the mayor. Should have known better. These two have never been able to get along. Pug noises. Stella walks off, struggling to hold Gretchen back. Kanika is quick to follow. Mayor Jimmy is perfect. Listen, Mayor Jimmy is perfect. It looks like everyone else is already talking to Oscar in the next room. Oh shit, are you Daniel? Dude that Janie was talking about. You got a cross on. I don't trust Janie or this man.
Don't you want to become a cult leader? Since the death of God, there's been a vacancy open. You could fill that void.
Oh, I remember they talked about the painting last episode, and I think it was them booting the owner of the mine because he, like, killed a bunch of people, and the miners, like, revolted. Also, that's fair. Before you can catch up to your companions, you're intercepted by a nervous man with a cross around his neck. Whoever he is, you can feel his desperation to make a good first impression, a self-sustained and self-fulfilling prophecy. I think that was the lore behind the painting. I don't remember specifically, but it had something to do with the mines. I do want to become a cult leader. Listen. It's hard to put a finger on it, but something compels you to dislike this man. Oh, mystical trait coming in clutch. Sounds like old Gretchen and the mayor may have some unresolved issues, wouldn't you say? I'm Pastor Daniel. I take it you're Kayshurrr? Everyone's been buzzing about you. Fuck off. First off, I need you to fuck right on off, sir. So sorry about your aunt, but I'm sure she's in a better place now. I love a lot of these options. Back off, preacher man. I ain't buying what you're selling. Don't talk to me. It's true, in this house, we don't trust the church. I know I've briefly discussed it before. I have a lot of religious trauma from growing up in established religion, and anyone who says that they have the answers, immediately, red flags everywhere. I mean, 100% me. I know it's sarcasm, but also, right? Like, mad respect to whatever you believe and whatever your system of belief is. Cool, whatever. That's between you and whatever. Don't tell me that you know better than I do, though. And don't force your stuff on anyone else. We're gonna have some big fucking issues then. Whew. I don't believe in an afterlife, oh thank God. Ugh. Honestly, though. Allie, yes. Let's not kid ourselves, we both know Pearl Ann's in hell. Oh, I'm sure she wasn't that bad. Most people are good deep down inside. It's best not to speak ill of the dead. No, fuck that, dude. I'm sorry. If somebody was shit in life, they're still shit, even after they've died. Oh, I hate this man. Oh, the way that my blood pressure has, like, spiked. Oh, the don't talk to me option has left. I'm gonna remain silent. You remain silent. You have nothing more to say to this man. Don't worry, I'm not trying to sell you anything. Just thought I'd extend the offer in case you needed someone to talk to. Church's doors are open if you ever change your mind. Have a blessed day, Kayshurrr. Fuck off. Fuck right on off. Oh, I hate this man. I need a moment. Oh. Pastor leaves you. B joins the line to see the mayor. Nothing to do now but catch up with your companions. Let's go after them. Emmy over here just raging. It is Dougie cosplaying as Gretchen, you're right. Holy shit. Also, hi, Oscar. Hi. We love a good dad bod around here. Hi. Oh my god. Poor Rosalina. I can't even imagine how scary this has been for her. Or Gretchen cosplaying as Dougie. I don't like that idea. Just Gretchen wearing a Dougie mask. Horrifying. She seems in high spirits right now, but they've got her on some pretty strong pain medication, so I'm not sure how she's gonna feel when that wears off. And it was the whole foot? Yeah, it's bad. But she's alive. We'll both be able to move on from this. We just have to get through the tough parts first. Oof. Puggy Pew's place! Excuse me? Tabitha told me what happened this morning, but I didn't realize it was so bad. We are here for you, man. Thank you, all of you. Everything feels like it happened so fast. I know our whole lives have changed, but it's taking my mind a little bit to catch up. I feel like such a mess. Hope it isn't keeping me from being the dad she needs right now. I'm sorry to cut our conversation short, but I'd better get going. I was only supposed to come back to pick up a few things, but then the hospital called and said there'd be some big that there had been some big bus accident on the highway and they need the beds, so I have to come pick her up. Even though our house is still haunted and the only place she can lie down until then is the dirty back room that drove her away in the first place, and Mayor Jimmy Day is happening. Sorry. I'm just a little overwhelmed. It's okay, Oscar. We're here to help. Yeah, we're gonna get that ghost. You could always go ahead and do a ghost bust or whatever we're calling it while you're out, and she'd be able to go right back to her old room and as soon as she got back. It's probably a good idea, right? If only, but it doesn't come out during the day. So any busting attempts are going to have to wait until nightfall. Still not even sure we can get rid of it at all. Oh my god, reading is hard right now? I think I'd have to see for myself that I was gone. It managed to trick me a couple of times, and I can't handle any more surprises right now. Got every ghost hunting device known to man. You're in good hands, Oscar. We have the power of friendship on our side. My friends are my power! Don't worry, Oscar, we'll fix this. Heck yeah, we will! Yeah, whatever this is, we'll get to the bottom of it tonight. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. I'm heading out. It should be dark by the time we get back, so I suppose I'll see y'all then. See y'all then. Oscar hurries off, car keys jingling as he jogs out the door. Drive safe, Sam. We love you. We have the power of friendship and incredible violence. It's true. Let's head up to Reese's. Maybe we can get him to come ghost hunting with us. Oh no, you're not gonna try to get Dr. Kelly to let him leave the house, are you? She'll kick us out she'll kick us out for even asking. I wonder if he even knows what happened last night. I don't know how disconnected he is from the news around here. Geez, should we tell him? Gosh, I don't know. Maybe we just play it by ear. Anyways, shall we? Time to go. So I finally met Pastor Daniel. That's it. Their faces say everything we need to know. It's only a matter of time until he tried to pull you aside about grief counseling. When my dad died, I had to ban him from the general store for a week. He wouldn't stop leaving these little pamphlets at the checkout. I don't know where he finds so many. I think he really just wants people to like him. Everyone should be nicer to him. Seems like a good man. Y'all are right, his vibes were bad. He and Janie keep trying to make me go to church. That's all I have to say, really. I met him. He has been met. I have no opinions on the man. Y'all are right, his vibes are bad. glad you feel the same way. Just something about the way he's always smiling. So creepy. The man was grinning through all of my dad's funeral. I'll never forget that. And I don't mean that in a stigmatizing mental illness kind of way. There's just this little siren that goes off every time I see him that tells me to get away from him. That's exactly how I would describe it too. The whole town feels the same way. Now that I think about it, he must be pretty lonely. He could look for friends somewhere else. I wonder if the pastor's cursed. Should we invite Avery ghost hunting? Oh, yeah, totally. I don't know why I hadn't thought of that. I'm sure they'd get a hoot out of it. Yeah, I can't say I'd mind having a calming presence with us tonight. We won't be much help to Oscar if we start jumping at our own shadows. Cool, I'll text them on the way over to Reese's. What about Tabitha? What about her? You're not planning on inviting her, are you? Oh my god, yes! Can you imagine how much fun that would be if she actually shows? Stella, come on. I know you think you have some sort of bond with her, but she's awful. She isn't even nice to you. You just haven't given her a chance. Maybe if she comes along tonight, the two of you will finally get along. No. I don't want to upset my friends, but also I don't want my cousin to be mad at me. I'm inviting her! Kanika sighs as you shoot your cousin a text and invite her to the evening's ghost hunt. She's probably gonna say no anyway, right? Alright, you invited her. Let's not get into it. If we're lucky, she'll be too busy at the mines to even show. Well, I don't say that, Neeks. If we're lucky, we'll have another opportunity to forge a bond of friendship between the two of you. I wonder if the pastor's cursed. I felt something odd when he came up to me, and the way everyone dislikes him seems excessive. Unnaturally excessive. I know this is weird coming from me, but not everything in town has to be spooky for supernatural reasons. Sometimes people just give off bad vibes. Agreed. We're allowed to dislike him even though he hasn't done anything wrong. No. That we know of. Head to Reese's. Alright, shall we head out? I mean, he's a priest. He has to have done something terrible, right? Right? We're all in agreement about that. The three of you leave the library for an early dinner at Reese's. You once again find yourself in front of Reese's house. A cold hesitation grips you as the building looms over the hilltop. Just refused to do anything? That's also still pretty bad though, right? Reese's Puffs, yeah! Though it's only early afternoon, it feels much later. The sun already sinking behind the tall mountains that surround Scarlet Hollow. Pierce described him as the embodiment of a vanilla wafer. That is such a level of kind savagery that I absolutely adore. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like, I like calling people walnuts every once in a while when I'm trying to find a way to just, like, put them down without, like, resorting to any sort of terrible name-calling. The embodiment of a vanilla wafer is very good. Holy shit. We're a little early. What if Dr. Kelly yells at us? There's no such thing as early when you're hanging out with friends. That's just extra time you get to spend together. Okay, but what if she yells at us? It's too late. The door swings open. Hey. Hi, Reese. Reese! Oh my god, dude, it's been ages! You must be Kayshurrr, right? I've heard a lot about you. Stella's been relentless about making sure I get all the Kayshurrr updates. Gretchen starts yelping at Reese, straining it against Stella's grip as she tries to get between them. But is he boring like a vanilla wafer? Are they here already? I knew you'd show up early, Stella, and you brought the dog. Great. Yeah, I thought she might cheer Reese up. I don't know what's gotten into her all of a sudden. The dog stays outside. But it's okay, Stella. You could, we can let her chill in my van for a bit. I'll run the AC and leave her some treats. You know I always have some of those easy-chew, dog jerky stashed away. But we go everywhere together. Do you want to come in or not? Kanika nervously tugs Stella away towards her van. Not the Christian rock. Well, what about you, Kayshurrr? Are you coming in? I'll wait for Stella and Kanika. Fine. A quiet sets in as you wait for Stella and Kanika to come back from the van. Okay, we're back. Great, let's get this over with. The house feels cold. Not only is there an odd chill in the air, but the building itself feels too sterile, uncomfortably tidy to the point where you're nervous to touch anything. If it weren't for the aroma of store-bought dinner rolls baking in the oven and the unsettling artwork hanging on the walls, you'd be half convinced you'd wandered into a real estate showing. So, how can I lend a hand? By sitting down at the table and not puttering around my kitchen. Made sure everything was done well in advance, so the only thing left are the dinner rolls, which shouldn't be long. Then we can have a quick dinner and you can leave my house and go on about your business. But I was kind of hoping to see Reese's new art. We still have time now, right? You aren't seriously considering subjecting your friends to your disaster of a room, are you? Oh, I hate this woman. It's not that bad. You can still see the floor. Dr. Kelly raises a single questioning eyebrow. I don't mind a little mess. Yeah, I doubt it could be any worse than the way I keep my room. Yes, okay, fine. As long as you stay out of the kitchen, I don't care what you get up to. Cool, we'll just be downstairs. You won't even know we're here. Make your way towards the basement stairs. I love Reese. I love Reese. I think we're early mid-20s. The group of friends as a whole. The basement is what you might expect out of a tortured artist who spends all his time confined to his studio. Discarded canvases line its edges while trash and sketches leak out from their piles in the corners of the room, hiding the bare cement floor. Ghoulish faces coat the walls in paint, sneering out at their creator. Hi, Emmy. Ams, hi! Also, thank you, Emmy, for getting the shout out there, is what I was trying to say, and then I combined all of my sentences into just the 2 words. I'm so sorry. I'm distracted by sweet, precious boy who has great art and friends. Thank you for lurking, Ams. I appreciate it, and I love you, and I hope you're doing well. Emmy, thank you for getting the shout out there. There's just so much going on. It's very good. Everything is great. Also, I love Reese. Your mom is so scary. She can be a little intense, kind of overprotective, which I guess makes sense. Anyway, make yourselves comfortable. You'll have to forgive the mess. I've been distracted lately, haven't been cleaning much. Not the crashing. You need us to sneak you out of here? This place feels like a prison. Stella told you about everything that's happened the past couple of days. Your whole situation's gotta be rough. Sorry, what are you sick with? quite a movie collection you've got. Any recs? Where are the movies? I see no movies. Wanna come ghosting hunting with us tonight? Oh wow, do you think you'd be down for that? We'd love to have you. Yeah, it'd be great to have you along. That would be so amazing, but I haven't had the best luck leaving the house lately. Even just walking to town is enough to put me in bed for a week. Sucks. But make sure you bring your camera, Stella. I want to see everything that happens. Do you need to sneak you out of here? This place feels like a prison! Unfortunately, the prison we're dealing with here is my body, not my room. Oh, that's fair. Also, that's not what I was trying to get at. But I'm sorry, buddy. Are you sure there's nothing we can do? Company is plenty. It's so nice to have living people down here for a change. You know, we'd visit more if your mom let us. Did she tell you she turned us away yesterday? She said we couldn't even talk to you. It's a little controlling. You came by yesterday? She didn't tell me, but I was probably asleep, that's all. She didn't want to wake me up. I don't think that's her being controlling or anything. Reese, baby, I'm getting bad vibes from your mom! Not to cast any doubt on that, but she did say I couldn't bring you any food. She knows that's how I show my friends how much I appreciate them, and she knows I can work around all kinds of allergies and intolerances. Not gonna lie, it felt weird. I don't know, my body's pretty particular when it comes to food. She just prefers to have full control over what I eat, so that's Reese, okay, maybe that does sound controlling. But it's for a good reason. If I eat the wrong thing, it could lead to a lot of misery for me, so she has to regulate my food. She doesn't, though! Reese! Has Stella told you about everything that's happened the past couple of days? Oh, she's told me all about what you guys have found out there. I wish I could see some of it myself, but, you know. He gestures in futility towards the walls of the basement. Are you sure you can't just sneak out one of these nights? Okay, I don't appreciate all the pressure that the friends are putting on him to get out. Because if he's got a chronic illness, he's got a chronic illness, and you gotta work with that. You gotta understand that he's got limits, and it's good that he knows what his limits are, but also, he needs to not be here with his mother, because that's not fixing anything either. Reese, come home with me and we can figure something out. I mean, that also is a possibility. I'm just saying, if it's a possibility that it's a chronic illness, then, like, there still needs to be a little more understanding from everyone around, but he needs to not be here with his mother. That's the big thing. He needs to get out of here, and then everything else can be addressed in due time. Right? Not at all. Doc isn't keeping me prisoner here, Stella. I'm sick. You know that. Sorry, man. I didn't mean to... There's nothing to apologize for, and I appreciate the effort. Really, I do. There's just nothing you can really rescue me from. That die's already been cast. We were talking about the past couple of days, weren't we? Do you have any thoughts on the ditchlings we've been seeing? Do you have any thoughts on the ditchlings we've been seeing? Yeah, they've been coming up to my window at night. Wait, really? Is that why you texted me that they look like something out of your nightmares? Yeah, I thought I was hallucinating. I hadn't put it together that we might have been seeing the same thing until just now. I've been sketching them, actually. Tell me what you think. That's them! Pulls out a sketchbook from one of the piles in his room. Okay, that's exactly what I saw on my way home last night. What does it mean that they've been lurking around here, though? I'm so scared for Reese. I'm so scared for Reese. I don't know, but I like the company. They're kind of beautiful in a sad way, if you ask me. Agree to disagree with you there. Those things are gonna be stuck in my nightmares until the day I die. Right? Reese, can you come? You can't come to Tabitha's because it's not safe. safe there, but we can find somewhere. Oh boy. Do you think the town is doomed? I think everything is probably doomed at some point, but I guess that's answering a different question. Do I think the town of Scarlet Hollow is on the brink of collapse? Probably not, but it's not like I have a lot of perspective on what it's like out there. There could be rioting on Main Street, and if Stellar, the doc, didn't tell me, I just wouldn't know. The fact that he refers to his mother as the doc speaks volumes. I would totally tell you if there was a riot. Would Dr. Kelly tell you, though? I mean, yeah, I'd hope so, but the point I'm trying to make is that other people are my eyes out there. What do you think of my cousin? She was always so distant and mean. Probably would have thought she had it out for me personally if she wasn't like that towards everyone, or if I thought she even knew my name. But people change. Maybe she's nicer now. She's still terrible. You guys just never took the chance to get to know her. She's actually really funny and sweet. I'll pass, thanks. What do you think's going on with Wayne? Who? You know, that guy who's been following Kayshurrr around, being all ominous? Oh yeah, that slasher creep. I appreciate the classic Jason vibe he has going on. Here's hoping he doesn't live up to the look, for all our sakes. Your whole situation's gotta be rough, sorry. What are you— I don't want to ask him what he's sick with. Your art. Each piece exudes a sickening miasma. It's like you can feel something squirming behind the paint, the brushstrokes acting as steel bars, trapping some anguished being within. Slap these bad boys on a mug, you can make a buck or two. I feel the emotions you put into these. He blushed a little bit. He's blushing a little bit. I know what you mean. I feel it too. When I'm working on them, it's like I'm channeling whatever's plaguing me into the paint, and when they're done, I feel like I've been emptied out, and all the vile things inside of me have been sealed away in the canvas. That's why I make so many of them. Sometimes when I return to a piece, it's almost like I'm offering an invitation for those feelings to slither back under my skin. There's some pieces I can't even look at. I hide them until I forget they exist. I'd rather not let these particular feelings back in. Sounds kind of like therapy. That seems healthy, probably. Yeah, art therapy. Sounds like it does you good. Being empty must be better than being full of bad thoughts, right? I also love Reese. I think so. Works for me, at least. It's quite a movie collection you've got. Got any Rex? Let me think. Oh, have you heard of Shino-Chi, Deathblood? I saw that for the first time recently and blew me away. Don't know that I know this one. Excellent example of both Japanese horror and found footage done right. Maybe we could do a movie night later this week. Hold on. Not me actually writing this down so I check it out later. Is your mom gonna let us? I don't see why she wouldn't. It's just a movie. Oh my god, yes! We haven't had a movie night in years! So you three go way back, huh? Emmy, if you haven't watched it yet, you should watch Noroi, Occult, and, what is that other one? Is it just The Cult? Might be. Noroi. Noroi. It's very good. Very good found footage Japanese horror. Yeah, yeah. I can send it to you later. I really like that one. It's very good. They're both Noroi and Occult. And the other one that I'm thinking of, whose name I cannot remember for the life of me, are all done by the same director, and they're Occult. 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 Yeah, yeah. And I'll figure out what the other one is later and send it to you. They're very good, though. Almost to the womb. The school here is a tiny K-12. Not exactly a one-room schoolhouse, but not far from it. We're lucky we all got along as much as we did. Some kids weren't able to make any friends their own age. They just happened to be born around the same time as some real jerks and were stuck with them through their whole school career. Poor kids. Not that we were free from dealing with jerks, like a certain Scarlet I could name. Welcome in a known enemy. So far, so good. I'm really enjoying it. I've just really enjoyed Scarlet Hollow as a whole. We started playing it when the first chapter released ages ago. So I'm really excited to get into this. We love Reese. Reese is our favorite right now. Here I was being like, I want to try and woo Avery because they're perfect, and now I'm just like, but Reese? Right, I really appreciate the fact that they have, like, the recaps, at the beginning of the chapters, because I barely remember what happened last time. I do now, because they've caught us up on everything, but it's so good. Restart your computer, Emmy! Fix it! Fix your computer! But yeah, welcome in, unknown enemy! Make yourself comfy. We're still fairly early in, I say almost 2 hours into stream. But it's gonna be a wacky wild ride. That's fair. Starting over, I have started over like twice now already, and I don't want to start over for a third time. But I found that the full recap they gave was really, really good and like filled in a lot of the gaps for me. But yeah. If I don't know if you are interested, I was just about to say I took Mystic, or Mystical, whatever it's called, the spooky one, as well as Street Smart were the two that I took. I started playing before they came out with the Speak with Animals trait. And at some point, I think I wanted, like, try a bunch of different other builds, but I want to stick with the one until the entire game is released, and then I'll go back and play some of the other traits and stuff. But yeah, we're Mystical, and we're Street Smart. I can only imagine how fun Talk with Animals is, especially after meeting Mayor Jimmy. I need to have a full-on conversation with Mayor Jimmy. And I also need to tell Gretchen how perfect she is. But yeah, thanks for stopping in and saying hi. I hope that this is it's good. My brain just decided to shit out. Do I still have the boiled peanuts? I don't think I took them. Boiled peanut buddy kind of freaked me out. Yeah, I don't think I took the boiled peanuts, honestly. Don't take boiled peanuts from strangers, kids. It's dangerous. Alright, what's going on? Okay, she was a little rough around the edges, but she was pretty friendly when you got past that. Maybe to you. The way she used to look at me, you'd think I rolled in something foul every morning before school. Same here, though to be fair, the feeling was more mutual between us. She deserved it, though. Get the game, Emmy. Get Talk with Animal. Go have a conversation with Mayor Jimmy. If you need someone to pose for your paintings this week. It's so kind of you to offer. If you're okay with hanging out at weird hours, I'd love for you to come by and sit for me. It's been a long time since I was able to draw anyone but myself, and I really appreciate the company. I'll keep you company, Reese. Don't worry. Maybe we could all come. Wouldn't that be fun? Right? A nice talk between mayors. I don't want to ask, but I kind of want to ask. Just know I would never actually do this. No, I don't want to do it, but I want to do it, but I don't want to do it. I'm gonna remain silent. I'm not gonna do that. That's not nice. Reese's mom shouts from the kitchen. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Dinner's on the table. Guess that's it for catching up. Make sure you all wash your hands with soap. I don't want anyone sharing their germs at the dinner table. Maybe when I pose for it's one of those, like, you don't, I'm not gonna ask anyone what they're sick with. Also, that's a terrible way of phrasing it. Don't ask people that. If they share it with you, great. If they don't do that. Don't give me your fucking boiled peanuts. I don't want that shit. Sure thing, Doc. I already washed them. Not the ooh-ah-ah-ah-ah. No. I'm gonna go wash my hands. No use saying anything here. It's probably best to just silently comply. Oh, so the baby picture's here. Perfect. You make your way down towards the sink, but are stopped in your tracks by the pull of an odd door at the end of the hallway. Feels out of place, like you've accidentally wandered into a hospital waiting room, but more than that, you feel something radiating out from behind it, something dark and cold. You felt this before in the dusty tunnels you so narrowly escaped last night, an oppressive hum like a muted scream heard through layers of rock, trying to draw you towards it. You feel lightheaded. You're compelled to approach the door, drawn in as if hypnotized. That's a lot of open the door options. Before you know it, the doorknob is turning in your hand. Your heart full of both deep dread and a compulsive need to know what might be on the other side, right? Tough choice. Which one? What do you think you're doing? Well... just return to the door. I'm gonna be spooky with her. No, because she's gonna kick us out. Dark presence lies behind this door. Can't you feel it? Can't you feel it calling out? It's called a draft, and there's nothing dark about it. It's just cold air. Now stop being weird and wash your hands already. Everyone's waiting on you. Now return to the door. You won't let her interrupt you. You need to know what's behind the door. Oh, no, you don't. Come on, wash your hands and sit down. She grabs you by the shoulder, yanking you away. You do as she says, cleaning up under her watchful eyes and allowing yourself to be ushered back to the table and away from the door. I'm gonna break into this woman's house and I'm gonna open that door. Dinner is already laid out. Dinner rolls, spaghetti, and a light salad. Kanika anxiously picks at her food, Stella is nervously talkative, and Reese is suddenly quiet and tense, his shoulders tight as his mother perches on the chair next to his. Dr. Kelly eyes all of you with a sharp, fierce gaze. Dr. Kelly sits opposite you at the far head of the table, her features silhouetted against the light of the setting sun in the window behind her. Given her protectiveness towards Reese, you find it odd that he's seated between the two of you rather than the other way around. It's almost as though she's guarded not only towards you and Stella and Kanika, but towards her son as well. Pills. She slides a few tablets towards Reese. He obediently swallows them. This is excellent, Dr. Kelly. Is the pasta sauce homemade? No, it's from a jar. I worked too many hours to make my own pasta sauce. Well, you have excellent taste in brands, and if you ever want any tips on easy home-cooked pasta sauces, you know No thanks, Stella. I have the internet if I need recipes. Thanks again for having us, Dr. Kelly. We really appreciate it. I don't trust this woman. Oh! Sorry, I'm gonna consider. About Reese. Does someone in this town have two parents? Wow! No! you think Reese might feel better if he got to see people more often? Why are you so hell-bent on keeping your son from seeing his friend? All of these options are not great. You can really only be a jerk in this combo. I mean, listen, I don't like Dr. Kelly in the slightest, but also some of these are a little too pointed. Yeah, no, it's gonna be talented artist, but just holy shit. Reese is a talented artist. You must be very proud of him. He has a lot of skill honed through practice and dedication. Can't say I understand a lot of his pieces, but of course I'm proud. Thanks, Doc. Do you think Reese might feel better if he got to see people more often? No. I'm his doctor and his mother. You are someone who met him for the first time less than half an hour ago. Seems like a bit of a conflict of interest here if you're his doctor and his mother. One of us is a little more qualified to make decisions about his life. You know, no, Doc, I feel pretty okay. I mean, as okay as I usually do, so still kind of shitty. But I don't think having people over has been as rough on my health as you thought it might be. It's been really nice. Hear that? Reese can hang out with friends again. If you're still feeling okay after dinner, maybe we can, you can even come ghost hunting with us. Right? It's not ethical, Allie, correct. Also, I think Reese would probably be the most qualified to make decisions about his life. Ow, jeez, Kanika, what was that for? Don't push it, Stella. Just say the next time instead of kicking me. Your boots are heavy. Sorry, Dr. Kelly. We're totally respectful of Reese's boundaries, even though they might seem a little arbitrary and strict. They're not arbitrary. These rules are in place for good reason. Tell me how great you feel in an hour when the exhaustion catches up to you, Reese. You'll be knocked out all evening and regretting every minute of this, let me assure you. As if I would regret being able to see other people for the first time in months. I don't care what happens, it was worth it. You can feel the tension of you can feel the tension at the table start to rise. We're gonna return. Small talk? Not the lying! Over stolen, can eagle like his kids, you're a doctor, have you ever seen a dead body? I have! This is my kind of small talk! Oh no. Thanks for putting this together, Dr. Kelly. I don't usually have to cook for so many people. I'm just glad there's enough for everyone. Have you seen a dead body? 'Cause I have. Real talk. It reminded me of what it used to be like when these two would come over. Hungry teenagers eating me out of house and home. Should have charged your parents for all the food you kids went through. Honestly, it was like I was running a restaurant, not a doctor's office. She is really gonna just shut down every conversation. I'm gonna keep bringing stuff up. Why did you want me poking around the clinic? You seemed awfully guarded about me checking out that door. Because it's closed. Doctors don't usually let people wander around their clinics. Of course, Dr. Kelly, we would never. I'm sure Kayshurrr is just joking. Right, Kayshurrr? You know, I can't say I ever felt drawn to that place before, but the secrecy is starting to make it feel awfully compelling. Stella, don't you think of getting any ideas from Kayshurrr? No one is playing hide and seek in my private offices. Not today. Not ever. Kayshurrr, she doesn't need any more bad influences. Yeah, but what if it's haunted? This place was built out of an old Civil War hospital, right? It was a TB clinic, too. Double haunted! Can't believe I never went ghost hunting here. Are you sure you don't want us to check it out? We'll have a whole bunch of extra experience after tonight. It's not haunted. Now drop it. You feel the tension of the table start to rise. I am doing a bad job here. What were Stella and Kaneko like as kids? Noisy and messy, like all kids. And they always had those little projects. videos or crafts or animal rescues, whatever it was that had captured their imagination that week. So like I said, noisy and messy. Didn't we bring a dead squirrel into your house once? Look! Oh god, not the squirrel. I remember that squirrel. Didn't you think the doc could Frankenstein it back to life or something? I was like 12. I was very susceptible to what I saw in media, and very sad about the squirrel. That's one of those things that keeps me up at night. Still feel guilty about bringing that thing into your house, Dr. Kelly. Just glad you didn't make it a habit. Jesus. How well do you know Tabitha? Not very. I know her a lot better if her family didn't seem to be so afraid of doctors. I can count on one hand the number of times she's been in my office. No wonder everyone, but that old Edwardine died so young. Hopefully your mother was better about taking you to doctor's visits. Wouldn't be surprised if there was something genetic at play, and it's much better to catch those things early. Wow! The danger? Seeing weird hairless creatures. Is anyone coming so... Ugh. Do you know Sam Wayne? Sam Wayne? Dr. Kelly takes a moment to think. No, doesn't ring a bell. Someone you know. Someone who's been following Kayshurrr around. Super mysterious guy. We have reason to believe he might have caught some kind of weird illness at the mines. He definitely looks like he could use some medical help, so please let us know if he shows up or anything. If there's someone harassing you, you should get the police involved. This isn't any of my business. I'm gonna get us kicked out. Have there been any strange illnesses spreading around town? What? No. Right, tell us about your confidential information about your clients, please. Are you sure you haven't met with any minors who had unusual... Oh god, sorry, reading is rough. Are you sure you haven't met with any minors who had unusual symptoms? Anyone seemed sort of drippy, strangely ominous when they talked? Have you ever treated a ditch gremlin? Sorry to pry, just doing my due diligence. Absolutely not. I've barely seen so much as a runny nose, which is a good thing. If you're so concerned about the mine, why don't you just have Kayshurrr ask Tabitha? I have no interest in violating HIPAA for your weird little investigation into nothing. See any weird hairless creatures scurrying around in the woods? I don't tend to go wandering into the woods, so no. You don't have to go all the way into the woods. They've been coming to our windows at night. They've been... What? There are these things called ditchlings, and they've been preying on the local wildlife, and Kayshurrr and I found a whole nest of them the other night when we... Oh, I see. There's some of your little cryptozoological creatures. I know it sounds pretty out there, but I've seen these things in person. We're not messing around. They're out there, laying eggs and animals and doing God knows what else. And here I thought you finally managed to get an even head on your shoulders, Kanika. Seems like Stella might be a bad influence on you. I know her little stories can be convincing, but that's only because she's managed to so thoroughly convince herself. She's not making up stories. Neither is Kanika, neither am I. All you have to do is look outside after dark. There have been more every night. They're all pale and doughy, and their faces, they're like sculptures of humans that didn't set right. I see. You stay up too late painting your grisly faces, so you've started to see them everywhere. I'm sure whatever's outside is just a raccoon or... Stop doubting everything I say. Stop trying to rewrite things I tell you to fit what you think should be true. There's weird shit going down in Scarlet Hollow whether you want to face it or not. Aside from Reese's mom staring down the table, nobody is making eye contact with anyone else. I like this 1,000-yard stare that Stella's got going on. Have you seen any sick animals lately? I'm a doctor, not a vet. Didn't someone come in with a sick cow last week? Yes, but it's not like I examined the thing. I told them what I just told you and sent them on their way. You said it had lumps. Sure, it had lumps, but I assumed it was suffering from some cow disease. It's not something I've done, or it's not Something I've done much research on. I don't know how normal it is for a cow to be covered in lumps. Doesn't that sound like ditchlings? Are no farm animals safe from their devious clutches? Dr. Kelly, in Stella's footage, it looked like there was something pupating inside one of Duke's chickens. I bet those were the lumps on the cow. You really should have taken a look. You could have made discoveries previously unknown to the scientific world. Or I could have spread some new horrible disease to my chronically ill son. I'll leave those discoveries to someone else. The more you talk, the less you feel like you're having a conversation, and the more you feel like you're treading on eggshells. I kind of really want to say it. I'm not gonna be that person. It remains silent, quietly picking at store-bought spaghetti and dinner rolls. So, we were talking about maybe watching a movie sometime this week while Kayshurrr is still in town. We'll have to see how you're feeling. I can handle a movie, Doc. Yeah, we'll just sit downstairs in the dark. Reese is used to that. I'm sure he'll be okay. You're always overestimating how much you're able to do, Reese. This is why you keep getting sick. If I get sick, so what? It's not like that's ever gonna change. I'm sick every day, and I'm not getting better. I don't want to spend the last miserable years of my life holed up in the basement alone just because seeing my friends has been deemed too strenuous. I'm an adult, for God's sake. I can't believe I have to ask for permission from my mom just to have friends over. Reese stops mid-sentence, wincing in pain and wrapping himself in his arms. Don't say things like that. I'm doing everything I can to try and fix. Silence as Dr. Kelly's eyes narrow on her son. Reese? Reese abruptly pulls himself from the table and leaves. Damn it, I knew it. I knew this would be too much. Baby. Everyone get out of my house. Please, just leave us alone. Stop trying to interfere with his life. All it does is hurt him more. But we can't just leave him like this. Now is when he needs friends the most. No, now is when he needs me the most. I am his mother and his doctor. I know you care about him. I know that. And he knows it too. But all any of you would do is get in the way. So just leave. Please. Don't think I don't know something is up here. Don't think we don't know something is up here. I'm gonna say it. Don't think I don't know something is up here. I don't care what you think. I just want you out so I can take care of my son. I'm not gonna rope my friends into it. The three of you rush to the door. We'll be back, Reese. I hope you feel better soon. Dr. Kelly shuts the door in your faces. The click of a lock signals the end of your dinner at Reese's. Get home, Allie! Do the thing! I'm happy that you're leaving at a decent time. Either of you get the impression that Dr. Kelly is afraid of Reese? Something seriously wrong with that dynamic. I didn't even get to finish my food. Dr. Kelly is hiding something. What a lovely dinner! The door to the clinic felt like it had the same draw as the carving in the mines. Do you think something's back there? Another one of those carvings is somewhere in there. I'm certain of it. Okay, that'd be really weird. If we find it, do you think you'd get another vision? I'm just spitballing here, but I wonder if what that carving showed you last night is related to the ditchlings. You're not suggesting we go poking around in there, are you? Of course I am! Maybe tomorrow? I am not breaking into Dr. Kelly's clinic based on a bad vibe Kayshurrr got. Do you think Reese might have a supernatural affliction? Like, related to what you felt in there? If he did, why wouldn't Dr. Kelly have it? Makes more sense if he just got, or if he just has a genetic condition, assuming there isn't any foul play. Foul play? The whole thing is just fishy, and after tonight I feel like my fear of Dr. Kelly is a lot more justified than I thought. She's just overprotective. I'm sure that's all that's going on. And she has every right to be. I mean, the poor guy took 2 bites of food and got sick immediately. Can't imagine what that's like for both of them to go through. Look, I'm just saying, maybe there's more to their dynamic than just him being sick, but it's not like there's much we can do about it right now. We could probably go back and forth on this for a while. Let's grab Gretchen and get going. Sun is setting and we wouldn't want to miss a second of ghost action. Wait, I wanted to say more in this conversation! Stella hurries off down the hill, almost as if to run away from what just happened. You and Kanika follow her down the slowly darkening street. Fuck. There's a ditchling up there. Right here? Ditchling. Ditchlings. Ditchlings right here, too. Is that a ditchling right there? Lit by the orange hues of the setting sun, the library feels different. What was once a quaint building in a small town now stands as an imposing structure, its walls holding something that stares back at you with menace. He's just hanging out up there. He's just a little guy. At this point, like, because I noticed him when we were, I do remember noticing him, last chapter when we played, because there was one outside the mine, before we went in to find the kids and stuff. I have been keeping an eye out to see if there are any ditchlings in the background for the entirety of the game at this point. Which means we're getting to the shit. We're getting into it. I'm excited. Maybe Stella is right. Maybe ghosts aren't real, and the rest of tonight is going to be a pleasant break from the events of the past few days. But you know that's not the case. There's something old and powerful in there, and you can feel it stir as the sun sets and and daylight fades away. Can't help but feel like you're about to walk into a slasher movie. You run through a mental list of everyone who's joining you, trying to figure out if you'd make it in the end. Who are you kidding? If anyone has final girl energy, it's Stella or Kanika. It's Kanika. Kanika's the final girl. Hi, Bunno. Thank you for the lurk, friend. I hope you're doing well. Let's enter the library. Kitty cat, 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 kitty cat, 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 cat. Just as its exterior was illuminated by the setting sun, the inside of the library is dark, its shadows deep and foreboding. The meet and greet with the mayor ended quite some time ago, and the throngs of visitors took whatever joy was in this place with them as they left. Hey, Oscar, are you back yet? Shh, you can't yell in a library. It's against the rules. It's after hours. Rules only apply before 5 p.m. Now it's our domain. Hi, Dadbot Oscar. Hey, you're just in time. Rosalina's situated in the back room. Alexis is gonna keep her company while we hopefully get this all sorted out. Is he gonna ghost hunt with us? Perfect. Love for her to be able to sleep in her own bed tonight. How is she doing? She's not quite as chipper as she was when she was on stronger meds, but she's still doing surprisingly well. Alexis has been by her side nonstop. She's been a really good friend. Rosalina and I are both lucky to have her right now. I'm glad she's back home at least, and we'll be able to get her back into her real home in no time. Come fully loaded. Got my EMF reader, temperature gauge, spirit box, infrared camera, UV light, video camera, salt, flashlights for everybody in case the ghost messes with the electricity, parabolic microphone, Sharpies and paper for automatic writing, matches, and candles for rituals. Oh, and a Ouija board. I know they're toys, but you never know what might come in handy. Wow, this is a lot of ghost hunting stuff for something that was so last minute. Do you just have this stuff ready to go in a bug-out bag or something? Of course I do! I actually stashed a couple of bags here overnight after I got back from the mines. Excuse me? I wasn't about to carry everything around all day. This way we can go in light and pop to grab more stuff once things start getting spooky. I may never have found any compelling evidence of ghosts, but that's not for lack of trying. And after last night, I'm more than ready to try again. Avery's here! Hi, baby! Hey, hope I'm not too late. Have I missed any creepy paranormal stuff? Avery, glad you can make it. The more pairs of hands we have, the more equipment we can carry. Sure thing. Always happy to offer a hand or two. Glad there will be someone else with a level head in here tonight. We love Avery here. They're perfect. Whoa, is that an EMF reader? I've never seen one in person. Look at all this stuff. Spirit box, parabolic microphone. Y'all really covered all your bases. Excuse me. Maybe I spoke too soon. You know me, Kanika, I'm as level-headed as they come. I'm just not ready to rule out weird paranormal stuff. When people tell me they saw a ghost, who am I to say they didn't? I mean, y'all apparently saw some really unexplainable stuff on Monday, and that mine only collapsing again after 100 years while y'all were there? I'm just saying. Anything seems possible right now. Hi, David! How are you doing, friend? How are you feeling? I hope you're doing better. Gonna go the mystical route. There's something back there. I can feel it. Really? This is exciting. I can't wait to finally see a ghost. Good. I mean, you gotta take the time to rest and recuperate. Can't be at 100% just yet, but I'm glad that you're feeling better. That's good. Yeah, exciting's a word. As someone here for the thrill of being terrified, it's the word I'm here for. Is Tabitha here? We'll see how you two feel about that once things get started. That's not Tabitha! Why does Zane have a shirt with the word Zane on it? Zane! Yo, don't rush off ghost busting without Zane. No way was I gonna forget your promise, Stella. Zane, glad you could make it. This is too crowded. This is too many people. I was confronted with my own mortality for the first time yesterday, so I'm desperate for answers, but about the afterlife to ease my troubled mind. He was one of the kids in the fucking mine. I forgot about him. Now, let's go mess with some ghosts. Hope my house is big enough for 6 ghost hunters at once. If this is everyone, we can go ahead and... That's everyone. Wait, what about Tabby? What about her? She's not here. Let's get started. I guess she can catch up to us once she gets here. Well, if y'all are itching to get started, it's through the back. Follow me. You and your companions grab some equipment from one of Stella's carefully stashed bug-out bags before heading towards the junction connecting Oscar's house and the library. The gang is all here, except for Tabby. She'll show up eventually. Looks like the sun is almost set. This is when stuff usually starts to kick off. I haven't been back inside for about a week, so I have no idea what to expect. Hey. Oh! You're not doing this without me. If there's a ghost, I want to see it with my own eyes. Rosalina, you just went through an amputation. You need to lay down and rest. You need to rest. You need to rest. You just got back from the hospital. You need to rest. Child. Okay. The art in this game is all very, very good. It's all hand-drawn. I mean, most things are. But I think I wanna say, I'm not gonna say if it's digital or not because I don't remember, but it's very, very good. This whole game is awesome and I would highly recommend it. Sorry, Mr. Gutierrez. I tried to stop her, but she was really convincing. Oh, hi Zane, what's up? Yo, Rosalina. I'm gonna let Oscar handle this. You decided it's best to let Oscar handle this. Welcome home, Allie. I've done enough resting, and it's not like hobbling around in the library is any different than hobbling around our house. I miss being there. I miss feeling home. You just had your leg cut off, though! You need to rest! You shouldn't be hobbling around at all. Just take it easy until you're more healed. I've got to learn to walk around eventually. Might as well start while I'm still on pain meds. And our house is 1 story. It's not like I'm climbing Everest. Child, listen. Oscar sighs. The doctors did say I should encourage you to practice walking. Okay, you can come along, but if you get tired or if it starts to hurt, you let me know right away. Thanks, Dad. Okay, that's fine. Oscar, good dad. Oscar's got this. Now, let's get her house back. But also... Okay, I'm glad that she's sitting down at least. But yeah, her body needs to heal a little more. Like, this just happened last night. It's not even been, it's barely been 24 hours since this happened. She needs to rest. Like if we were a week out, I'd still be like, but you know what, do you? But this just happened. Also, there's a ditchling over there, right here. Right here. He's got his little hand up against the window. Right, same! Look, I remember how I was after my reduction was done. I was out for a whole dang week. And granted, that's a little different than an amputation, but also she was stuck under a rock for like an hour and then had to get her foot amputated. You need to rest, child. Please. Please. Alright. You all cross over the threshold and enter Oscar's living room. Family photos line the walls and stacks of books sit comfortably on wooden furniture. And there's that feeling again. Like the mines, like the door to the clinic. A dusty, suffocating, dizzying feeling. Something is in this house, though whether it's a ghost or something worse, you aren't sure. Okay, looks pretty normal for now. I don't remember that picture being on the floor, but that could be non-supernatural. Hold on, I'm realizing I don't have any water. I've just had soda today. Well, I've had water today, but for stream, I've only had soda. I got water. I'm just gonna drink it out of here. There's not much left in it. Okay. Okay, looks pretty normal for now. I don't remember the picture being on the floor. Yeah. None of my equipment is picking up anything around the picture. But I'll set up a camera in case it falls again. Could be important evidence. You might want to save your cameras for Rosalina's room. That's where I've seen the ghost manifest. It's just down the hall. Oscar and Kanika startle as the door swings open. Is it Tabitha? Hi, Tabitha. I just got an achievement. The gang's all here. Hold it. You're not taking my cousin along on any more of your little hijinks without me. Tabby! Can't believe you had the audacity to give me the slip earlier today, Kayshurrr. After I explicitly asked you not to. At least you did me the courtesy of letting me know exactly where you'd be tonight, so I didn't have to waste my time looking for you. Great. She made it. Wow, Kayshurrr, you really brought the whole gang together today. You have every right to be here, Kanika. My family built this place, you know. Yeah, I know. We all know. Kayshurrr, what made you think inviting her was a good idea? She just wants to make sure I don't get hurt. Where's Beau's dad? Well, in the forest somewhere. She just wants to make sure I don't get hurt. Yeah, I'm looking out for my cousin. If y'all are gonna drag Kayshurrr into dangerous situations every night, you'll have to deal with having a chaperone. Got it? Okay, sure, the mine was definitely dangerous, but a haunted house? Come on, this is one of the least dangerous things someone could do. It's basically a slumber party. I don't know, Kanika. I usually don't see much action out in the woods, and you know Kayshurrr and I both wound up in a pretty hairy situation Monday night. I don't think we can rule out the possibility of grave danger. Exactly. I'm not underestimating how much danger Kayshurrr can find themselves in, even while walking through a perfectly normal house. Sounds like we're in for an interesting night. I'm glad I didn't stay in the same town with people I went to high school with. No wonder small towns have so much drama. I wonder if the ghost will even show with this many people around. Wait, is it just me or does it suddenly feel colder? Sure did. I definitely felt that. Same. I've got chills. Temperature gun says it's actually a couple of degrees colder, but that's normal. Rooms and hallways are sometimes colder than other parts of the house. Whoa, a genuine cold spot. I gotta snap a pic for posterity. Did you get any orbs in that, buddy? Is that it? This isn't very scary. They might be. Oh, they might be. Wait, Rosalina, if the ghost mostly manifests in your room, shouldn't you have seen it? I do love that, like, even though the scenes aren't, like, animated, they all change. My chills are not multiplying. I'm not losing control. You are not the one that I want. That's the song, right? I've only seen the stain. Dad made me switch rooms with him before we moved out. I wasn't about to let my daughter sleep in a haunted bedroom. I spent most of my nights on the couch before we set up shop in the library. Even if there is something back there, I'm not scared of it. I'm mad at it. Y'all are so brave. I'd be terrified sleeping somewhere that might have a ghost. Alright, gang, I think we'll cover more ground if we split up and search for clues. Sure, me and my cousin can search the least dangerous room, like a bathroom or a closet. No, absolutely not. I think we all know how that would go. Yeah, that's definitely a no-go. If we discover a ghost here, I want us all to discover it together. That's not exactly the angle I was going for, but okay. Yo, once we find the ghost, how are we gonna get rid of it? Like, how does one bust such a thing? There are enough people for us to split the gang, it's true. Well, my ghost hunting kit has symbols from every major religion, assorted holy books, a bunch of salt, and some jars for ectoplasm. And if worse comes to worse, we can always use the Ouija board to politely ask it to leave. Aren't Ouija boards super cursed? Are you sure that wouldn't make it mad or invite a demon into the house or something? Ouija boards are toys. The only power they have is scaring kids at slumber parties. Sounds like fun to me. We might as well try it, right? What's the worst that could happen? We make the ghost mad and it gives us some more evidence? Sounds like a win-win. We have a Luigi board. Don't you worry. Luigi board here. I think I'd rather not take the chance. One ghost is enough to deal with. I don't much like the thought of opening a door for something worse. Wow, you've never been this superstitious, Dad. This ghost really has you freaked out. Excuse me. Okay. Oscar takes a deep breath before continuing. Let's head to Rosalina's room. Follow me. Whoa. This is where I've seen it. It appears on top of the stain. Yeesh, that's gotta be tough to scrub out. Doesn't the county own this house? Do they know about the damaged carpet? Have you seen your house? I don't see how that's relevant. Weird, I'm not getting anything. It's not even cold. It's the same temperature as the living room. Nothing on the EMF either. Then your equipment is wrong. The stain is definitely paranormal. Scrubbed it out too many times to count and it just keeps coming back. It's just a stain, Dad. Can't we just cover it back up? I don't mind sleeping in here. Maybe we have to scrub it out first. Could be that the paranormal stuff will activate if we give it a reason to. Oh, good idea. Never heard of a bleach-activated ghost before. You don't use bleach to clean the carpet, Tabitha. Whatever. How was I supposed to know that? Not everybody gets to learn how to clean things. If y'all are offering free carpet cleaning, be my guest. Ghost blood. Probably just a rusty pipe leaking through the floor. Have you tried tearing up the carpets? It's trying to send a message. Huh? You might be onto something, Kayshurrr. I wonder if the blood spills something out on the floor underneath. Have you tried tearing up the carpet? Hi, Fruity. That's okay. It's fine. You're here in time for the ghost hunting. Don't even worry about it. In a house owned by the government? Nope, I'm not messing with their carpets. I'd rather scrub ghost blood out of the carpet every day than have the government take me to court for destroying their property. Yeah. Yeah. Rosalina got her foot amputated. Hey, I'm aware. Did your lady not lose a foot? Does your lady have her foot on? Is foot still attached to your lady? I did it bad. We did it bad. did you manage to get her foot full? Look, I managed to get everyone out of the cave. Rosalina just lost her foot. It's fine. It's fine. Well, I don't actually want to know how it happened because I do want to try and play through again at some point. But wild. I love that there are so many, like, big differences in the outcomes of chapters. It's really cool. Like, that's a pretty big difference right there. Don't worry, I'm sure they'll just take you to court for neglect instead. Did it not occur to you that there could be a leaky pipe under the floor? I hate to agree with Tabitha on anything, but some kind of structural damage does seem likely. Tearing up the carpet doesn't seem like such a bad idea. I have hiccups. Oh my god. Only one way to be sure. Stella! Stella excitedly starts tugging at the corner of the carpet. Oh dear. You're doing the government a favor, really. We'll cover for you. You don't have to sweat it. Like I said, you made it for the ghost hunt, so this is extremely exciting. I can fill you in on everything that happened before. The only thing that you need to know is I love Reese. I love Reese. I hate his mother and I hate the pastor, but I love Reese. I love Reese. I love Reese. We love Reese. He's stretchy. We love Reese. It's true, the government doesn't typically appreciate people doing them favors. But also, fuck the government. Not some Reese's. I love Reese, though. It's true. Emmy is second best mayor because we met Mayor Jimmy. And Mayor Jimmy is perfect. Emmy is also perfect, but Mayor Jimmy has the whole being a dog thing to top that. So... Stella pulls back the carpet, revealing a hatch, the floor around it stained in reddish brown. You had a very different mayor experience? Is that because you could talk to dog? Is that because you could talk to dog? We'll have to exchange notes later. What if there isn't a ghost after all? What if somebody lives down there? Okay, maybe I don't want to sleep in here. A hatch? Yeah, okay. Legally, you have to tell me, is the dog a cop? Is the dog a cop? You have to tell me if the dog is a cop. We're going down there, right? ACAB, though, honestly. We're going down there, right? Of course we are! This is even better than finding a message. Okay, maybe Mayor Jimmy isn't actually that great. Maybe maybe this is why Gretchen didn't like Mayor Jimmy. And we do love Gretchen, and I trust Gretchen. No, it's still dog mayors. Animal mayors is still #1, and Mayor Emmy is still #2, but Mayor Jimmy is under. Below, even probably people mayors. But, you know. Of course we are! This is even better than finding a message. But there's no basement in this house. At least we weren't told about a basement. And look, all the red stuff is coming from underneath. Oh yeah, this is super haunted, alright. You've got a basement chock full of ghosts. I can just feel it. I mean, yeah, but dog cop mayor is gonna be under people mayors because you expect people mayors to be pro-cop. You've got the dog thing now working against him. It's one of those you get extra points deducted because you should be cooler. You see? Anyway. Still no readings, though. None of the equipment has made a sound. Of course not. Hot dog mayor is 100% recycled pork. Hot dog mayor is actually just a pig in a dog suit. It's a funny joke. Emmy, we all know that you're gonna win that out. You've done it bad. That's not how you do polls. Please don't abuse your mod powers this way. Of course not. Y'all know last month was super rainy. It's clearly been a long time since anyone stepped foot in the basement or crawl space or whatever. Whatever it is under that hatch. There must be a leak that flooded the whole area under the house. Oh. I don't know. I feel like a cat mayor would probably fuck up a cop. Fair point, a known enemy, but also please don't. The water dissolved the caulk around the edge and leaked through to the carpet, and it's red because North Carolina has red-ass dirt. It's as simple as that. It's not mud, it's blood. Human blood. I tested it. I am very good with boundaries. I love my mods, and I'm here. Cops do shoot a surprising amount of dogs, but also, dogs work for cops sometimes, and those dogs are still cops. It's also, we say a surprising amount of dogs. It's not that surprising. Hi, this is an anti-cop space. We fucking hate cops here. Genuinely fucking hate cops here. Well, you tested it wrong. Tabitha and Kanika both being like, you've done this incorrectly. Welcome in, a known enemy. We're gonna rag on cops the whole time and tell everyone to be super gay all the time. It's great here. It can't be blood, right? Kanika's right. You've got a muddy floor, and that's why it's so cold in here, too. There's wet dirt under the house. Congratulations. We solved your ghost problem. No way. How do we feel about Tabitha? I am so incredibly on the fence about Tabitha. I don't appreciate her, the shit that she does at the mines. Because she's like anti-union, isn't she? Which is gross, and we hate that. We love unions here. But also, I think she's just trying her best. I think she's inherited a mess, but also she needs to not be the way that she is. Just because you abuse a mess doesn't mean you continue the mess. Right? Am I? Right? Do better. Do better. No way. There's an old hatch in the floor that someone tried to seal up. We're not leaving until we know what's down there. Exactly. No, big agree on that. It's like, I get being in a small town and not necessarily knowing how to, like, address all the issues. But it's like, girl, you gotta put in some work and you gotta fix this because you can't just continue on with the cycle. Fix it. Fix the mess. Try to fix the mess. I understand you have to work within some certain boundaries, but you gotta fix the mess. So yeah, I wanna like her because I definitely empathize with her, but also, girl, Tabitha still hates you all. You were just an absolute bitch to her, though, weren't you? For your first chapter. Do I remember this right? I'm with Stella. This is my room and I need to know what's down there. Have you considered they may have tried sealing it up because it's unsafe? I do know that, and I think it was after you, or before you started playing Fruity, that they did change, the relationship gauges. Like, they tweaked how easy it was to get some people to like you. And I think Tabitha was one of those because so many people, like, ended up getting her to, as much as she can, like you. So I think it's more difficult to get her to, like, fully side with you. Now. I believe. I could be wrong. I vaguely remember reading that in an update. Have you considered they may have tried sealing it up because it's unsafe? Uh-oh. Do you think the flooding could have made the house unstable? I'm all in on ghost hunting, but I don't know if I could crawl into another dangerous crevice. I think that's correct. Okay, cool. Again, it's been long enough since I've, like, looked at everything that I don't fully remember. I mean, it's true, more people should have been an absolute bitch to Tabitha. Don't say that to me. She is very much, from my understanding, she is half and half with me, because I definitely constantly go against her guidance, and I did kind of call her out on some stuff. So it's not me. You can't blame this on me. I mean, you can try, but it's incorrect. I'm going for it. Oh. Huh. That was a loud sound. Okay, I am just gonna hyper focus on this now because shit's happening and I need to know what's going on. Do you have her with you at the mine in episode 2? I told her about what was happening in the mine, but I went on ahead without her, and then she came with me. But she was very upset with me. She was incredibly upset with me. But I did want to tell her about what happened at the mine. I told her after, like, I told her that the kids went in there, and then went in after them, and then she found us and was like, what the fuck? And I was like, don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. You come into Oscar's living room. You can't tell what time it is, and your friends are nowhere in sight. Whoops. At least physically, this is Oscar's living room. Spiritually and mentally, you've been ripped away to some other place. The building feels colder, and there's something about the air that feels wrong. It's stale, with an undercurrent of mold and earth. Makes you feel claustrophobic, as though you're in a coffin, each breath depleting with what little oxygen is left. How did we end up back here? Where is everyone? Did we pass out again? Was there a gas leak in the basement or something? Is fainting some kind of weird family thing? Is there a genetic condition I need to be worried about? Not that I'm aware of. Nothing like this has happened before you got to town. Who knows what sort of nastiness was festering in that basement? Your cousin marches to the front door and opens it. Why does it look like Oscar's house is in front of us? Didn't we just leave? I must be misremembering things. Let's go. No, you're right, there shouldn't be a door there. Wait, we're not done ghost hunting. What if the others are passed out in Oscar's house or somewhere deeper in the library? No, you're right, there shouldn't be a door there. No, you're right, there shouldn't be a door there. Clearly, whatever was in that basement is messing with our heads. We just left Oscar's house. The library has to be on the other side of that door. The two of you cross the hallway and open the door. What the fuck? I'm gonna screenshot this. What the fuck? There's a ditchling right there. Something isn't right. Feels like a late summer afternoon. The air is warm and wet. The scent of flowers drift on the breeze. What is this? This? Tell me I'm not the only-
That is not correct.
Jesus fuck.
Because according to the Encyclopedia of...
That was so loud. Yeah, only one thing seems off about this entire thing. We've got a ram over here. We've got a little bird. We've got a unicorn head. Okay, hold on. Tabitha, please tell me I'm not the only one seeing that scratchy shadow in the distance. Do you see that creature behind the thorns? That's one of the bad omens Stella and I found in the woods. This is so cool. Pinch Tabitha to see if you're dreaming. Let's call the cops. Gross. Did we die? It's like one of those I Spy books. Spot the thing that is incorrect here. But did I die? but did I die? Please tell me I'm not the only one seeing that scratchy shadow in the distance. You're not. What the hell is that thing? Am I having a stroke? Are you having a stroke? Are we both having the same stroke at the same time? Does things smell like toast? Do you see the creature behind the thorns? That's one of the bad omens Stella and I found in the woods. This thing right here. Ew. I'm gonna pinch Tabitha. You reach forward and pinch your cousin. Eugene, I think I'm having a stroke. What's that thing we're supposed to smell? Toast? Blood. It's blood. Eugene, I think I'm having a stroke. I love that comic so much. You reach forward and pinch your cousin. It's got hands? It has hands! It's sitting over here going... And I hate it? I hate this. Also, my sweater is rolling up. Bames Nond is having a stroke. Someone call a bondulance. I do like that one too. Oh no. Oh, hey, what was that for? You suddenly remember you're supposed to pinch yourself to see if you're dreaming? Tabitha glares at you. There's gotta be an exit somewhere. We just have to look. Wait, do you hear music? Fuck, Stella! Movement stirs as a figure cloaked in shadows rises to attention. Oh, this is horrifying. Stella? Who are you? What are you doing on my property? Why? Huh? Stella! Stella! Eddie, it's Charlie. I'm just going with the mystical one. What? Did you say Eddie? No one's called me that in a long time. It's Edwardine now. I'm not a child anymore. Edwardine? Eddie? You've got to be kidding me. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Processing. This isn't Stella, this is the lover. Alright, Edwardine, can you show us the way out? I want to keep going the mystical route, but also, Edwardine was one of the previous, like, town owners, right? It's been long enough since we did the other chapters that I don't remember the specifics, but Edwardine was one of the town owners, right? Was he the one that got ran out from the mine by the miners? Edwardine is a terrible name. Yes, but that aside, it's kind of an actual answer as far as like the information that we've been given so far. I would love to have a recap because I read all of the books. When we were in the library last chapter, I do remember reading all of those. I just don't remember all the information. I think I would like an actual answer. Yeah, I think that's okay. If you've got the information, let's have it. Cuz I want to keep going with the mystical route, but I feel like I'm going to misunderstand a bunch of stuff. Okay, Edwardine was a Scarlet, and that's okay. Okay. I think that's why. Yeah. That makes sense. And kind of tracks with where I was going. I say town owner. The Scarlets have been, like, in charge of the town for ages at this point, right? So... Let's... I want to explain to Tabitha what's happening, but I also don't know if this is going to be the only option I have here. Let's do this first one. This isn't Stella, this is the lover. What are you talking about? The part of me that lets me know who other people are says that this is the lover. Let's go with this. Look, I'm just telling you what I know, and what I know now, or know that this isn't Stella right now, this is the lover. Okay, fine, I'm just gonna pretend that you didn't say anything then. I wish I could say the same. You should have stayed gone, and you absolutely shouldn't have shown up here, of all places. If you're caught, I don't think you understand what Father might do. Oh, that was based on the other line that I did, which was basically saying, like, I'm so glad I showed back up. Okay. Let's not do the street smart option. Let's keep going mystical. Come with me, Eddie. Haven't you always wanted to see the coast? Now's your chance. We can just leave. Yeah, you two rehearsed this. I can't. It's not that easy for me. My brothers were sent to the Western Front, and now I'm the only Scarlet left besides Father. I have responsibilities, Charlie. Are we a little... Were Edwardine and Charlie a little gay? Yeah, there was a typo there. Shut up. Shut up. I know that they addressed some typos before, but it's gonna happen. They're gonna miss some. Just a tad? Just a little bit? Screw your family, screw my family! Why are we letting the choices made by our fathers destroy our lives too? Awesome! Wait, there's a Discord? And I've missed this? Dang! Screw your family! Screw my family! Why are we letting the choices made by our fathers destroy our lives too? Tabitha stares at you, speechless. You should just get out of town while you still can. Whatever you came back for, it's not worth it. Nice! That's awesome. I do really like these devs. One of the things that I, like, mentioned in my server earlier, I offer content warnings for every single game that I play, just because I usually do horror stuff, and so it's very important for me that everyone knows what kind of content they might be seeing. And I really appreciate the fact that they, the Black Tabby did, has a web page for their content warnings, and that their content warnings are linked on their store pages, and are actually, like, extensive, and not just, like, general violence and horror themes. Like, I usually link to Does the Dog Die because it gives a more in-depth, look at, like, what content is in a game. But the fact that they, like, actually just, like, put all of their content warnings up is really nice, and I really appreciated it. They're cool, and the art is amazing, and the storytelling is really cool, and I really love these characters, and it's just, it's very good. Nice! That's wonderful. Again, and the fact that they're so responsive about that kind of stuff is really nice. That's so good! I love them. Any way that I can support these folks is great. So reminder, if people want to support good devs, my bot did just put it, but in case you don't have the game and want to share it with people, purchase it yourself, wishlist it, share it with some friends, there's the link for the Steam page. Okay. You should just get out of town while you still can. Whatever you came back for, it's not worth it. You're right. What I came back for isn't worth it, but you are. I won't leave the holler without you. If you change your mind, I'll be around. Whoa! She's gone, along with the shadow in the corner of the room. Come on, we must have taken the wrong door out of the annex. We're getting out of here before anything else happens. We have to go after Stella. Absolutely not. We are not being drawn deeper into this weird garden, greenhouse, whatever it is. She yanked your arm, pulling you back the way you came. Where did the annex go? There's another ditchling. Just open the door. You step forward and open the door. There's our shadow buddy. There's lots of ditchlings in here. What is happening? That's a different angle of the portrait at the library. Bells ring as a cacophony rages outside. The door in front of you pulsates as figures unseen bang against it. The shaded figure from the garden sits in the corner, ever so slightly more defined. Are you kidding me? This is messed up. We need help. It definitely gives cat lady vibes, and I adore that. Yeah, we got lumpy lads. God, please let this call go through. There's a cross back here that's wiggling. Tabitha anxiously taps her foot as she waits for her phone to connect. Hey, it's... What? No, it's Tabitha. Didn't you see the caller ID? Stop interrupting me. Can't you hear what I'm... Your cousin is cut off by the dial tone of a disconnected call. Great. She couldn't hear a word I said. Looks like we're on our own. Hi, Rosalina. Junior? Junior, pack your things. Quickly. Hurry. This is these events, isn't it? The mine stuff when they came and took the dude. Jesus, Rosalina, you scared the shit out of me. Maybe we should run him out on a rail, too. Make an example of the whole family. Do I have another mystical option? Mama, what's going on? Am I gonna have to deal with you doing this all night? Please, he's only a child. We'll leave peacefully. Just give us a little time. They were only children, too. My boy was in there. Why should I give Junior here all the time in the world to gather his little toys and fancy clothes? My boy didn't have that kind of luxury. Oh. No, I understand what's happening. Mama, what's the man talking about? Why hasn't Daddy come home yet? I just want to look at that option, since that fills in the gaps between the conversation that's happening. But I do just want to touch base with Tabitha that the mob is talking about the collapse, right? Is that who you think that little girl is? But yeah, I think you're right. Don't listen to him, Charlie. Just keep packing. Looks like the others are on their way. Better hurry, boy. Or you and your little dolls here might get burned up. And as for you, lady, what makes you think you're gonna be keeping any of those valuables you're packing in that fine suitcase of yours? I'm so magical! Talking to dogs here did not help. This is despicable. Charles Shaw wasn't even responsible for the collapse in the first place. Helped you in spirit. Daddy said when he's not here, I'm the man of the house, so you don't get to push us around, mister. I'll call the police. God, this sucks. I can't imagine what it must have been like to be driven out of your own home like this. Do you think Rosalina's okay standing like this? This is despicable. Charles Shaw wasn't even responsible for the collapse in the first place. Excuse me? Even if that were true, stuff that happened a century ago is irrelevant. You and I had nothing to do with it. So you admit the Scarlets had a hand in the collapse? Oh, I don't know. Do you think that's something that, something they tell their kids? It doesn't even matter anyways. What's done is done. It's not like we can change what our ancestors did. If they even did it. Trust me, boy, the coppers ain't coming here tonight. Well, what makes you think you can talk to an adult like that? Maybe they should have had you working in the mines too, instead of lazing around in this big house. Maybe you would have learned a thing or two about respecting your elders. Don't talk to my son like that. Don't talk to me like that, woman. I called the shots. Now get out, unless you want to go up in flames with all your precious jewels and expensive dresses. You're lucky I'm even letting you leave. But I don't want to go. I haven't packed all my puppets. I haven't said goodbye to Eddie. I don't want to leave. Is the fill-in for the conversation. It wants revenge on our family. That's why we aren't possessed. But neither of us have done anything wrong. It's been over 100 years since the collapse. It's okay, Charlie. You can make new ones, even better than these. Good for him. Shouldn't be playing with dolls anyway. Now you're gonna have to earn your keep just like the rest of us, boy. No more big inheritance for you. The mother and the mob are whisked away, leaving you and Tabitha in an empty room. As they depart, the front door stops pounding and opens into a beckoning white void. We're in hell. We both died and we're in hell. Are we supposed to be Charlie? Is Charlie the ghost? Your guess is as good as mine. Who did you call on the phone earlier? Was it Janie? Friend of the family. Not that it matters, though. Call didn't go through, so we're on our own. Hey, let's put our heads together. What do we know? So many ditchlings here. Pull yourself together, Tabitha. We're not dead. Well, I guess there's only one way to get out to the end of this. Let's put our heads together. What do we know? We know that we can't leave, and we know that we're not possessed, at least as far as we can tell. And whatever we saw in this room, at least, happened right after the Shaw mine collapsed in 1918. I think the only option on the table for us right now is to keep doing what it wants us to do. Maybe it'll stop at some point, or maybe we'll figure out a way to escape. There's so many ditchlings here. Yeah, there are. Those things are horrible. No wonder you were such a mess when you came back on Monday. You're right, there's only one way to get to the end of this, shall we? Yeah, let's get this over with. You and Tabitha walk up to where the pounding door used to stand and step into the void. You're outside, and it's night. A false moon looming massive in the painted sky. Shadow buddy. The night feels thick and warm. The insects lively, their calls unnaturally tinny. Everything feels warped and wrong, like you're listening to a record fished from the bottom of the pond. Yet Booksmart and talks to animals. Can I call you enemy? Is there a nickname that you would prefer? I can call you a known enemy. That is okay. But I just want to double check. Should have asked earlier. My bad. I love the fact that so many people chose, like, such different traits, though. Anything works? Alright. Just because I call you enemy doesn't mean that we are enemies. I guess. Everything feels warped and wrong, like you're listening to a record fished from the bottom of a pond. I could call you Jimothy if you wanted. Perfect. Beautiful. We love Jimothy's here. What magic words do you have to say to get to... What magic words do we have to say to get us... Get you to let us go? Me having issues reading again. That's a me issue. We're sorry, okay? Whatever our family did to piss you off so much, we're sorry. Hi, Kanika. You poor dear. I've been keeping track of you, scuttling around town like a tomcat. Fallen hard for Miss Edwardine. Haven't you? Edwardine's a lady. I understand. Charlie and Edwardine not gay. Oh, this one's the witch. Spooky. Back off, lady. I don't know you, and if you know what's good for you, you don't know me either. Dang, how'd you know I have the hots for Edwardine? Charlie could be short for Charlotte. I think they've used he, him pronouns for Charlie, though. This one's the witch. Spooky. Let's start with the last mystical option. Back off, lady. I don't know you, and if you know what's good for you, you don't know me either. Who's this one? Thank you for the follow, enemy. I appreciate it. I'm glad you've been enjoying your time here. As chaotic and wild as it's been. Who's this one supposed to be? The nosy neighbor? There's no need to be embarrassed. Your secret is safe with me. You know, I never did approve of what the Scarlets did to your family, and what it did to the two of you youngins. Childhood sweethearts. Just think how lovely it would be if you could just be happy together. That's what you want, isn't it? So Edwardine and Charlie, the plot thickens. Who is this supposed to be? Don't talk about my family, and I don't need life advice from some old broad. So Edwardine and Charlie... Let me just spoil it for you and say it doesn't work out. Our great-grandfather's name was not Charles. Hi, Dougie. How's it going, friend? How are you doing? Also confirmed, Charlie's a lad. I'm sure by now you've realized the young lady doesn't plan on leaving with you, but it's not for lack of desire, as you well know. I love you, I love you, I love you. I'm glad you're doing good. Welcome in, it's wild here right now. I'm doing pretty alright. I'm feeling much better compared to how I was this weekend. Thank you for getting the shout out there, Allie. You were doing Core Keeper earlier. How was it? Did you like it? I saw that you started streaming, but it was like right as I was getting ready to stream as well. But I hope it was good and fun. It's Enoch. Even if you dragged her over to over the town limits, his hold over her would make sure neither of you were ever happy again. Just think of what happened to your poor mother and father. Do you want that to be the two of you? What do you know about Enoch, Tabitha? He was mentioned in one of the books. We would never be like them. We love each other. My mother just loved his money. As soon as it was gone, so was she. And then all he loved was booze. Me and Eddie aren't like that. Do be like that sometimes. Yeah, what do you know about Enoch, Tabitha? Our great-great-grandfather, he was in charge of the mines when they collapsed. Besides that, I don't actually know much about the man. We would never be like them. We love each other. My mother just loved his money. As soon as it was gone, so was she. And then all he loved was booze. Me and Eddie aren't like that. Tabitha stares ahead in riveted silence. Powers at work here are stronger than ever, than even your love could withstand. You need to break the bonds holding her here. Then you can both go free. Hold on. I am going to turn that down just a little, because it is incredibly loud. No more misfortune. Not for you. Not for anyone else bold enough to step foot outside the holler. The witch minds handing you something, though her hand is empty. It is so good. I love the music. It's just so much louder than it was before, so we're just gonna turn it down just a touch. I love the music in this game in general, but the music for these sections has been very good. Everything you need to know is on that map. I don't trust whoever this lady is. She's got some kind of ulterior motive. Facts, though. What's that about misfortune and stepping foot outside the holler? Is the town cursed? An item to quest for when we get out of here. Breaking a bond's requiring a map. Sounds like a quest. Don't understand. Is this a map and some kind of poem? I don't trust whoever this lady is. She's got some kind of ulterior motive. Agreed. Clearly this dude should never have taken whatever she just handed him. Anybody who did is a sucker. That's where you'll find them. You need her there, then read what I've written down, and be careful. Good luck to the both of you. I hope you get your happiness. And then she's gone. Tabitha sighs. Okay, let's find out the way out. Unless you have any ideas. I don't think there's anything else we can do until we get to the end. Or until we die. Whichever. Before the two of you can leave, a smell hits you. Sweating, suffocated flesh with a tinge of the saccharine and stomach-churning scent of decay. Hey, it's Wayne! There you are. I would have found you sooner, but the Resident clearly doesn't want me here. Doesn't seem to have the same issue with these miserable little parasites. Right? Tabitha's just like, escape or death, whichever. She is so done with everything. Also, this man. Boy just popped. Oh my god. Bottom feeders always manage to slip through the cracks, don't they? I haven't saved this entire time. I kind of want to talk. Nope! How did you get in here? Oh, hey, it's Tabitha's ex! I forgot that that was a thing. Quick, Tabitha, let's team up against him. Hey, Wayne, you want to figure this out with us? Are you Sam Wayne, or are you something else? Stop asking it questions. Just stop interacting with the thing at all, okay? It does do autosaves, but those choices right there I was very concerned about. I wanted to make sure that if I fucked up, I could easily come back here. So cold, Tabitha. After everything we've been through, to have you treat me like a stranger? Shut up. What an unfortunate situation you've been dragged into, Kayshurrr. Why can't you do as I ask and stay out of trouble? I am going to turn the music back up a little bit now. That girl won't let you, will she? Stella? Was that her name? Perhaps I should pay her a visit soon, if she makes it out alive. Tabitha bolts for the underbrush, desperately pulling you along. Stella? You either know something about Wayne that I don't, or you have a pretty interesting coping mechanism. Did you kill Sam Wayne? Let's go the street smart option. You either know something about Wayne that I don't, or you have a pretty interesting coping mechanism. That thing isn't Sam Wayne. Couldn't you smell it? Can we please go and just drop it? I don't want to spend another second thinking about what we just saw. Tabitha. Oh, buddy. Hey, Oscar. The two of you step out from the brush and into a long wooden corridor lined by bottles and rails. A figure rises to attention, blocking your way. I'm afraid he doesn't have long. If there's anything you need to say to him, I'd say it now. It's the caretaker? Oh, these sounds are extremely distressing. As the caretaker is swept away, the room pulls itself to you and you find yourself looming over a deathbed. The father lies in its center, looking pitifully small. Ditchlings, creature. His hands, though. I'm sorry, boy. Sorry I let my troubles drive your mama away. And sorry those troubles mean I'm leaving you all alone now. So this is the dad played by a dad. Oscar, I'm so sorry. It's okay. I forgive you. You're getting what you deserve. Alright, you're definitely channeling Charles Shaw Jr., which must be who the ghost is. It's the only thing that makes sense. I mean, we kind of figured that out earlier, Tabitha. Damn it, Junior, how many times do I have to tell you? I tried to stop it from happening, but that damned snake Enoch went behind my back. Oh, what bullshit. Not for that, for what you did to our family. We could have just started over someplace new, but instead you became the son of a bitch the Scarlets made you out to be. Something on your mind? It was Charles Shaw's fault. That's just a fact. Not what we saw in the mines yesterday. I'm gonna be honest with you, I couldn't make a bit of sense out of what I saw down there last night. But even if you could, are you going to believe some weird otherworldly vision more than your own family? Yes. This isn't just something I was told, it's in the history books. History is garbage and written by liars, oftentimes, so... Especially when it comes to tiny towns. You're right, I've been using that excuse for too many years. At a certain point, a man has to accept when he's dug his own grave. They may have run at me out, but they didn't put the bottle in my hand. Still... Enemy and I on the same page here, right? I'd rather believe a ghost than revisionist history. So... Of course the Scarlets would, like, write it so that it seems like they weren't the bad guys the entire time. They fucking run the town! I gotta get through this. These sounds are distressing. They destroyed our legacy, boy. Both our names are cursed with that history. I'll be dead and gone soon, but I won't be able to rest. Ghost would be considered a primary source. Yeah. Yeah. Not until our name is cleared, not until you can pass on this name with pride. This is my only request, Charlie. Go back there, tell people the truth, try to find proof. I don't know what you'll have to do, but please. I know I ain't been the best father, but I'm no murderer. Do you think that's why he was getting close with Edwardine? No, I'm so confused. I'm guessing this request really didn't pan out. So wait, this is after the scene with Rosalina and before the scene with Stella. Alright, Dad, I won't let you down. I'll see what I can do, get some sleep, I'll see you in the morning. Is the finish to the conversation. So wait, this is after the scene with Rosalina and before the scene with Stella? Sounds about right. Then the scene with Kanika. I wonder how many more of these there are gonna be. Damn it, boy, I may not have till the morning. Promise me. Promise you'll go back and at the very least show that Enoch bastard what for. I promise I'll go back. You watch as the father's body seizes and falls through the sheets, taking the rattling pile of bottles with him. This ghost is so full of it. Your cousin steps forward and disappears through the hole left in the bed, leaving you to follow. Holy shit! This is wild! I love this so much. You find yourself pressed uncomfortably against a trellis. A small castle sits off to one side of the wall, and the bars of prison loom over both all of it and all of you. Climbing up the trellis again? How very Romeo and Juliet of you. Is this... this is the entity. But there's Avery. No need to run off. I won't tell the old man. Though you've gotten sloppy, you should try to be more careful if you don't want him putting you in an early grave. Maybe this is the entity then. I mean, that's Avery, but Avery is the entity. The rest of the conversation is who are you? Are you one of Eddie's brothers? I thought they were dead. What the hell is the entity? Why should I know? I don't have your weird thing with people's names. No, not one of her brothers. I'm a prisoner, another victim of the Scarlet's lies. Like you, Charles Shaw. Tabitha? Does her family have a history of locking folks up in some sort of rich people dungeon? I'm not him. I do hate the Scarlets, except for lovely Edwardine. Please do tell me all of their secrets and lies. Is this what's in the Forbidden Wing? The Forbidden Wing is a bunch of old rooms that are dangerously run down. I don't have much perspective on what they were like in their heyday, but going off of what they're like today, they'd be a terrible place to keep a prisoner. Mere generation makes no difference. His blood runs in your veins, does it not? And now it runs in hers. Yes, it seems your little trysts bore fruit, and oh, will you ever be in trouble when the old man finds out? Tabitha's eyes go wide. Fruit, as in... How do you know that? Who are you? Fruit is in... Shh, let it talk. I think this might be important. You know you don't have to keep dangling there. Come inside. You'll be able to hear me through the door just fine. The world around you swirls, and you and Tabitha find yourselves pulled to the other side of the wall. A door bound by countless locks and chains pulsates before you. Just leave the scene. I don't want to be here. Do you get what's going on here? Do you want me to let you out? There's so many locks. I can't free you if that's what you're after. Do you get what's going on here? Stop talking. We might miss something. It's not what I invited you in for. I couldn't escape even with your help. I merely wanted to offer a warning. Leave town now. You can't tell me what to do! No, none of the information with Tabitha is helpful, so... Absolutely not. I'm not leaving without her, especially if what you say is true. This guy has nobody to blame but himself. You hear that, Ghost? You were given every warning. You could have just left. You can't take her with you. It's not possible. You can always stay and die. But if I were you, I would use my healthy legs and run as far away from Scarlet Hollow as possible. I hear the beaches are nice. Why don't you take a permanent vacation there? Killed to go to the beach right now. Right, you're not my real ghost, Dad. You can't tell me what to do. Again, I don't feel like the conversation with Tabitha is going to be particularly helpful, so you're wrong. I know it's possible. I have that weird map. I have the spell or whatever it is. Me and her are gonna get out of here. You've been talking to the witch then. How very interesting. Oh! Charlie, get away from the door. Don't listen to it. Stella! I promise we'll figure out how to free you soon, Stella. There can't be much more to these memories. Are witches real? This is like being stuck in some sort of soap opera. Eddie, are you pregnant? How does it know that? This is too much. I just want to go home. Do you feel sick? I feel sick. Tell me everything. Why were you riveted to that conversation? That's what I want to know. Charlie isn't related to us, if that's what you're asking. I know that much, I think. But I guess there were some family secrets I was never let in on. I was just surprised. Come on, the quicker we get through this, the quicker we'll be out of this ghost place. Hopefully. You and Tabitha walk after Stella and into the darkness. Ah! The darkness! You and your cousin find yourselves crouched under the large table. The lover stares through you as indecipherable murmurs and shuffling feet echo from the ends of the table. Gretchen, please. I don't know how, but this feels so much worse than the last room. They're so lovely. Are you sure I can keep one? You must have worked very hard on them. I guess we're supposed to be kids now? Not more puppets. This one is extra creepy. Is she doing a baby voice? Of course, it's a present. When you look at it, you can remember all the fun we've had. So now you and Stella are both doing baby voices? Don't expect me to let you live this down if we get out of here. I'll try to keep it away from my brothers so they don't smash it. Though, I wish I could make it move. Hold on a second. I could make this particularly terrible if we wanted.
I'll try to keep it away from my brothers so they don't smash it. Though I wish I could make it move like you can. And you can even do the voices. You know, you could probably make real money if you put on a show for people.
I'm not gonna do it the whole time, but it felt necessary. Dang, even possessed Stella's out here trying to monetize hobbies. I've monetized my hobby. Hi, I'm a streamer. If we're nearing the end of things, do we have a plan yet? That's the plan. I want to be a traveling performer. Why don't you come with me? We can go from town to town, putting on shows for other kids. Guess that didn't work out for him. A traveling show? And you'd want me there too? Oh, could we go to towns along the beach? I've heard the Outer Banks are the most beautiful place in the world. If we could go back in time all those years ago and tell them what we know. Again with the beach. I was gonna say, there's been a lot of mention of beaches this entire chapter. Because even, like, Kanika was talking about packing up and just going to the beach. And obviously, like, Charlie and Eddie have been talking about going to the beach a lot. It's time to go to the beach. Beach! Nicki Minaj. Of course we can go anywhere you want, but I do want to bring up the beach thing. The beaches are nice. I get it. If I ever got a vacation, that's where I'd go. Thank you, Charlie. I've always wanted to see the ocean. I'm here to deliver. Anything for the meme, right? There. Are you done now, Charlie? Can we leave? Everything crashes to a thunderous black before you or Tabitha can get in another word. Oh, shit. Have I made a mistake by bringing all my friends here? Gretchen, please! A single spotlight remains, illuminating a trapdoor in the center of the stage. You feel drawn to it. Trapdoor. Are we back in Rosalina's room? We must be. Which one of us is going to open it? I will open the trapdoor. Wordlessly step towards the trapdoor. Creaks open all on its own. Oh god, this is so much worse than opening it ourselves. You and Tabitha are shoved from behind and tumble through the hatch. Took some digging, but it's there. The map was right. That means there's hope, Eddie. Whatever it is that Enoch did, we can undo it. This is why his face was all fucked up. Oh, we can be happy together. Eddie? Oh God, I'm so sorry. Cousin violently heaves into the void, but nothing comes up. There's nothing here. This place is completely empty. Just needs a little bit of ice, maybe some Tylenol. Drink some water. How do you know we're not related to Charlie? Everyone is missing and we're suspended in an infinite void. Do we start walking or what? Are we in hell? Maybe we're in purgatory. Who is Edwardine in relation to us? Whatever it is that Enoch did, we can undo it. What the hell is that supposed to mean? So Edwardine was a murder. We understand that. I think she was right. Walk it off, Junior. You got this. You're cool. Whatever it is Enoch did, we can undo it. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Enoch died nearly 80 years ago. Does it matter what he did? Does it even matter if he framed Charles Shaw at this point? Who's left to be hurt by any of this? Us! Us, Tabitha! Look at what we are being put through right now, Tabitha! Oh, what now? Do you repent? Do you repent for your crimes? Their names are back to normal. They must not be in character anymore. Let it continue? You gotta let this go, man. Get over it. I'm sorry you died. No, yes. Why should I be? I'm not responsible for any of this. Tabitha's the one you want. I hadn't even stepped foot in this town before a couple of days ago. Are you talking to us? Right? Gretchen's face over here. I am gonna keep screenshotting stuff because I fucking love Gretchen. Their names are back to normal. They must not be in character anymore. Maybe it's getting weaker. You must answer for the crimes committed by your scarlet blood. Or maybe it's getting stronger. I hate it here. I hate it here so much. Oh, can you? You can. Thank you for that. Honestly, I just want to, like, crop, Gretchen's face in some of these things, and so it's okay that the chat box is there, but that is super helpful, and I appreciate you letting me know that I could do that, because some of these screens have been very pretty. Until you do, I cannot die. I want to die. Please, I have been alone in the dark for so long. All I ask is for some of your years. To pay for the years that were taken from me. What are you saying? My life was stolen from me. I want some of yours. It's only fair. No, it is absolutely not fair. You've got to be kidding me. Neither of us had anything to do with what happened to you. The sins of the father are to be laid upon the children. One of you must forfeit. Doesn't matter which. Bullshit! You can't actually make either of us do anything. Hold on, I want to see what all the other options are. What happens if we refuse? I don't understand. No, you can't actually make either of us do anything, can you? I can keep you here. And I can do whatever I want with them. You can refuse. But if you do, then I will stay. I will stay until I get what I'm owed. I don't understand. You will live a shorter life, and I will finally be satisfied. I will have justice. I will finally die. I will leave this house at last. How much shorter would my life be? You aren't seriously entertaining this thing, are you? That isn't for you to know. Just as it wasn't for me to know. One day, sooner than you'd like, you will die. Sentence has been handed down. Make your choice. Hope I didn't come too late. Hi, Sybil. Mom? All of you had better get out of here before the spirit regains its composure. This is certainly a strong one, isn't it? Don't worry about the others. They're safe. I got your call, Tabitha, but it was definitely not easy getting down here. Get us out of this pit, Sybil. Tabitha, I don't think it's wise to leave something like this where anyone could stumble across it. Why is that our problem? It wants something, doesn't it? And I think you know which of you should volunteer. You must be joking. You're the eldest cousin. You're the one who's actually lived in this town. It's only right. Sybil, that's not... Absolutely not. We should just leave. I'm not giving in to the demands of some dead guy. I agree with Sybil. Tabitha, you should be the one to handle this. I'm not leaving before I put this thing to rest. Let's just leave. Honestly, I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to give up some of our life. I'm not leaving before I put this thing to rest. You take a step towards the spotlight. As you move forward, you feel Tabitha's hand on your shoulder. Kayshurrr, what are you doing? What if someone wanders into the annex and gets stuck in this labyrinth? I want you to be safe. We can't just leave this unresolved. Whatever happens next, I want you to remember it's for the rest of your life. Doing something you'd never have the guts to do yourself! Oh shit! Shots fired! What if someone wanders into the annex and gets stuck in this labyrinth? What gets stuck in this labyrinth of impossible rooms? Then we'll close up the library. It might just go away on its own. Who knows? Why give up something like years of your life to some ghost who might not even be telling the truth? Where are Oscar and Rosalina gonna live if I don't do this? Is that what you're worried about? Good God, don't give up years of your life just for somebody's rental. I own properties. I can let them rent from me. I'll even throw in a discount. I'm doing something you'd never have the guts to do yourself. Sybil is right here. Please don't do this. You wordlessly step into the spotlight. Happy lurking, Kim. Also, right, Tabitha would be a landlord. Is this the end of the chapter? Am I gonna have to wait months for the next chapter? That looks so cool! For the first time in what feels like hours, the earth around you feels solid, real, but also soft. Okay, I'm just glad it didn't just end like that though, because I would have been so angry. If we get some closure for this chapter, then it'll be fine and I can wait. But okay. You feel it pressing in on all sides, cold and growing tighter by the second as the soil settles. Claw your way out. Your arms tear at the earth until they break through into the air. Look back behind you. Oh. As you gasp for breath, you take a look into the pit behind you. Charlie's mummified remains stare up at you, sad and broken at the bottom of the pit. You're only able to maintain your gaze for a moment before exhaustion overwhelms you. With the last of your strength, you hoist yourself from the pit and collapse on the floor. You feel like death. No, Kayshurrr, what happened to you? You look awful! It's done, Tabitha. you have any regrets, keep them to yourself. Try and think of words to say, but you're still delirious from what happened, and you struggle to form coherent thoughts. Come along, Kayshurrr. Let's get you home. Quietly walk towards the stairs. Tabitha rushes to your side to give you a shoulder to lean on as you walk. You're outside. It's real this time. There is blood around the corners of the screen. The cool breeze chills you deeper than it should, and you realize just how drained you feel. Your legs are heavier, harder to lift as you make your way down the steps of the library, your lungs wheezing as if you've run a marathon. You can almost feel how pale your face has become, your lips dry and thin, your hands almost trembling with the effort of raising them to your face as you trace the new lines and furrows that have formed there. I'm gonna go wait by the car. Just let me know when you're ready to go home. Your cousin walks off before you get the chance to respond. I'm gonna peace out too. Back-to-back encounters with my own mortality. I got a lot to ponder. See you, Rosalina. See you, Alexis. Zane walks off down the road. I'm so sorry I wasn't there for you earlier in the night. I had no idea what y'all were planning to do. How were we supposed to know it would be like that? Things have been strange around town, sweetie. Now's not the time to be poking around in the supernatural. Thought you learned that lesson yesterday. Don't be upset with her. But magic isn't real. I mean, it's not supposed to be. God, that hurt. Everything is so... Kanika stops mid-sentence as she realizes what happened to you. Oh my god. Kayshurrr, you poor thing. My bones weren't meant to bend like that. I'm gonna be hurting for a few days at least. And poor Rosalina, where is her father? I'll make sure to bring them both some tea later. I think I have just the thing. Mom, this is not the time for tea. Jesus, the girl's lost a leg. She needs real medication. Real medication comes from natural ingredients, doesn't it? What I have to offer is no different than what Dr. Kelly would prescribe. And besides, after all you've seen, are you really so sure you have that much of a grasp on real and unreal? Okay, there's Oscar. Kayshurrr, did you? Just taking responsibility for something that should have been dealt with decades ago. I gave up years of my life for you to live there. I hope it's worth it. Have you seen what happened to my face? It's better be over because I feel like I just aged at least a decade. All that matters is that Rosalina can go back to sleep in her own home. So happy I could help. Yeah, it's over. This house is clean. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. And I'm so sorry. I don't know how I can possibly make this up to you. Damn, you got possessed? Here, have some Earl Grey. So that really happened then. That ghost really took away years of your life? I'm afraid so. Everything in this world has a price, and those years were unfortunately what it took to put that spirit to rest. I can't believe Tabitha let you do that. It's outrageous. If anyone should have paid a price to put that ghost to rest, it should have been her. You're not incorrect. You don't even live here. You're barely even a Scarlet. It just... Ugh. It's just so unfair. I agree. It is unfair. I did my best to sway her, and what's done is done. There's no use dwelling on things. Tea resolves all problems. It's true, though. Kanika takes a deep breath and sighs. You know, Kayshurrr, the salt and pepper look is good on you. Maybe this isn't all bad. Kanika. Sorry, just trying to be positive. Stella's way better at that. Is she okay? I was wondering the same thing. We just saw a ghost and she's just standing off by herself. It'd be a normal reaction from anyone else who'd just seen a ghost, but this is Stella we're talking about. I'm gonna go talk to Stella. I'm gonna go check in with her. I don't think she'd appreciate being pulled in with everyone right now, so... You walk over to Stella. Oh, hey, Kayshurrr. You okay? I'm here if you need me. There's another one of those carvings in there. So I guess ghosts actually are real. Channel's gonna go wild for that stuff. I'm so sorry I couldn't get you out of there sooner. You seem shell-shocked. I'm here if you need me. I'm sorry I couldn't get you out of there sooner, the ones that I lean towards. Here if you need me. I'm so sorry, Kayshurrr. I don't think I can talk right now. I'll call you, okay? She's crying. She hurries off down the road. That's fine. If she needs some time, then she needs the time. She knows that I'm here, though. What if she's still possessed? I think she got the brunt of things in there. Guess she hit her limit. She'll be fine. I'm the one who gave her up years of my life. No, I think she took the brunt of things in there. No wonder she's having a hard time right now. Should we go after her? She's a strong girl. She's had to grapple with a lot of turmoil in her life. She can handle an evening like this. And nobody here should be rushing after anyone right now. That goes doubly for you, Kanika. We don't want that cold of yours to get any worse. Better not get any ideas either, Kayshurrr. You need time to recover. There was another carving in there. Wonder if those things are tied to everything supernatural that's been happening. Yeah, I wonder. One is a coincidence, but two of them on back-to-back nights? And if you're right, and there's another one in the clinic... I'm sorry, I'm a little lost. Have you been finding carvings around town? This is news to me, too. Sure, everyone here could stand around theorizing about this and that all night long. There will be plenty of time for that tomorrow. Can't believe I let Rosalina go in there. How could I have been so careless? After everything she went through in the last day, how could I have let this happen? Right, you should have stopped. No. Were you all conscious that whole time? Everyone glances at each other, but none of them technically gave any of their years away. You can see how exhausted they are, how unsettled. Yeah. It was awful. Kind of fun, too, but mostly awful. Pretty sure we remember everything, at least up until Sybil showed up and snapped us out of it. Well, so you couldn't have known what was going to happen, Oscar. None of us could have known. Don't blame yourself. I'd seen it before. I should have known it could get worse. Shouldn't have let Rosalina come with us. Dad, what did I tell you? Stop blaming yourself. You couldn't have stopped me. If you tried, we were gonna sneak in after you. Yeah, Rosalina was gonna make us go in no matter what. You didn't put a ghost in our house. This is not on you. Sorry, hold on. I know you've both had a difficult time of this, but the storm has passed. Things will start getting better from here. I ran into Wayne in one of those rooms, and he vaguely threatened Stella if I kept poking around. Wait, are you serious? Should we be worried about her? He also crushed a ditchling with his bare hands. It was technically his foot. I mean, everyone should know how wild that was, right? He also crushed a ditchling with his bare hands. It was pretty scary. Just another reason we should keep our distance. Stella's smart. Hopefully she'll be okay. There was someone else in there? But that's my house. Rosalina and I live there. Did he say anything else to you? I won't need to trouble Kayshurrr for any details. No one pay any mind to that man. He's just a drifter. He'll be gone soon enough. In the meantime, steer clear and he won't make trouble. What was it like being puppeted? They all glance away. It hurt. Why didn't I make the kids stay behind? Can't believe I let that happen to them. Dad, this might be overwhelming pain and exhaustion talking, but shut up. I love you. You didn't do anything wrong, okay? I had no idea what I was going to say until the words were already spilling out. It was like I had no control over myself. I remember each and everything I said. It's like it was burned into my memory. You poor souls. I can't begin to imagine what you've all been through. Do any of you know who you were supposed to be? No idea. The words just came out. There was no context, nothing. But there was a weird feeling, like an overwhelming guilt. I was so angry. I was mostly just scared. I didn't feel any of those things. I felt... I don't know how to describe it. I felt powerful. I was just cold. Should probably get going. It's starting to get chilly out, and there's still work to do to get Rosalina set up for the night. Don't be a stranger, and let us know if you need anything, Oscar. I will. Thank you. All of you. Again. I believe it's time for me to get my daughter home as well. But, Kanika, dear, you haven't been feeling well. You need to get some rest. Okay. See you tomorrow, Kayshurrr? Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Cool. Kanika wearily treks back to the general store. Before I go, Sybil places a hand on your arm, holding you back for a moment. I'm sure you have questions after everything you saw tonight and about what's happened to you, but let's not get into it here. I think everyone could use a little rest and relaxation right now, yourself included. If you swing by the tea room sometime tomorrow, say early afternoon, you and I can have a little chat. I'll see you then, Kayshurrr. Sybil leaves you and catches up to her daughter. Guess it's just the two of us now. So you have no idea who you were? I could roughly place most of the others. None whatsoever, but I remember everything I said, and I remember that cold feeling. Prisoner of the Scarlets. Wonder what your family was up to back then. Guess we can add it to the ever-growing pile of mysteries. What do you remember? As far as I know, all of it? I might start forgetting soon, but for now, it's all fresh. The twisting wasn't the most pleasant, but even though I feel like I got tossed in a blender, it honestly made me feel so alive. So you don't regret coming along tonight? Can't believe you're the one being apologetic right now. These bruises are temporary, you know? Look, that was a horrible experience that will stick with me for the rest of my days. But it was also kind of amazing for that. I don't know if that makes sense, but how many other people can say they were possessed by a ghost? I guess you finally got some shared drama with everyone now. Guess I'll see you around. Yeah, I should probably get going. I'm supposed to have a shift tomorrow morning. Might have to call in sick, but here's hoping a good night's sleep is enough to heal up. And, I hope you feel better soon. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you. Bye, Avery, I love you. Avery heads off, leaving the square in front of the library empty. Time to wrap things up here. Back to the estate. As soon as you get into the car, the exhaustion of the night's events overwhelms you. The ache in your bones becomes a dull throb as your body sinks into the seat, and your eyelids pull shut as if weighted by lead sheets. We're back. Do you need me to carry you inside? Did I dream that I gave up years of my life to get rid of ghosts, or did that actually happen? Dang, was I asleep for the whole ride? You were. Now come on, let's get you to bed. You're back inside. The chill of the night breeze is a little better here, but your legs are numb with exhaustion. Well, we're back. I have to imagine you want to get to bed. I want to talk about Wayne. Really talk. Do you really have the energy to keep talking? You really don't want me talking to him. What does he know that you're afraid I'll find out? I just know him. Please trust me when I say he's bad news. So Wayne's a he now. Back in the ghost realm, he was an it. Doesn't really matter. I was scared in there, and right now I'm exhausted. I can barely think straight. Who cares if Wayne is a he or an it anyways? Either way, he's bad news, and you'd best steer clear. Talking isn't doing much good for your condition. If you keep going, you might just collapse on the floor. You can barely stand right now. We're getting you to bed. You're too tired to possibly object. Don't keep poking around for trouble. You just have to make it to the funeral. 4 more days. That's all. And then the bus comes. And then we never have to see each other again. You know, I don't have to leave the holler. I'd like to stay in touch after all this is done. I don't have to leave the holler. Could get used to this place. That is Devo. He's just screaming in the background. It's fine. Sweet boy. You're delirious. Anyway, night. See you tomorrow. Bye, sweet boy. Time to go to bed. You don't even notice yourself entering the guest room and falling into bed. Suddenly, you're just there, buried under your family's musty covers. It's Wednesday night. Nearly half a week has passed since you first arrived in town, and a little over half a week remains until the bus comes to take you home. The spirit of Charles Shaw Jr. has been put to rest at the expense of unknown years of your life. The specter of the night's events will linger over you for every day you have left, a grim reminder of the price you willingly paid for the crimes of a family you never met. Maybe it'll be easier in the morning. Maybe your joints will ache just a little less than they do now. Maybe you can still right the capsized ship of your now broken life. Or maybe things will only get worse from here. We hope to have episode 4 released before the end of the year. I would like to continue my thing here. Put it here. This is fine. We'll just remember that it's the chapter end one. Oh! Join the Discord. Maybe I'll do that. But it is the start of the year. That's true. Oh, hold on. More, credits. Abby Howard, amazing artist. Also the story writing. It's all of it's so good. It's all so good. Yay. Cute, cute, cute. Alright, there it goes. Alright. Alright. Sorry. One of my... One of my achievements is, called Yami Yugi. And it's finishing episode 3 with the mystical trait. Yeah, I can imagine. I am really curious how that whole section would play out with, like, literally any other traits. I'm so glad I took the mystical trait. Let me turn on some music. Not this. We'll do that. That's fine. I like, in most games, I did it with Disco Elysium too, where I took, like, the whatever it was. The weird trait. I like weird traits. You can't see the names of the characters they're playing if you're not a wizard also. Ooh, 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 that's so cool. That's really cool. Yeah, well, no, it wasn't Inland Empire. It was just all of the spooky ones. He was piecing what was happening together the whole time, and then Wayne showed up. You're gonna have to give me all of your notes post-stream, Fruity, because I need to know all of it. Give me the deets. This is so cool. I fucking love Scarlet Hollow. Shivers! Well, no, because that's still one of the individual traits. Just the psyche stuff in general. I went big weird with Disco Elysium, and it was very fun. Kim just sort of ran with it. But no, Scarlet Hollow is so cool. Again, big shout out to Emmy for gifting it to me back when it was still a Kickstarter. I'm so excited to see what else is gonna happen. And I don't know, the first chapter was really cool, but definitely, like, it was setting the scene, so even the scares were just, like, a little, like, they were still spooky. Those fucking animals were terrifying. Seeing the ditchlings for the first time, horrifying. But it keeps ramping up every single chapter, and I don't know what's, like, zero idea of what's gonna happen anytime, and it's very good. Yeah, Unknown Enemy, have you played Disco Elysium? Because if you like Scarlet Hollow, you would probably really enjoy Disco Elysium. Fruity pointed it out to me, but they have a disco reference for one of their achievements. If you have the keen eye trait and complete chapter 3. Yeah, this is so good. This is so good. And everyone should play it, especially with how different everything is and the fact that you can get, like, vastly different results based on what you're doing. So last plug for the game link, but there it is if you haven't wishlisted it or purchased it or shared it around with everyone. There it is. This was so good. I don't have anything else to say aside from this was so good. And I'm very excited to see what the following chapters are gonna be. As per usual, as soon as the next one releases, we will play it, but we got some time before that happens, unfortunately. Also, we've been streaming for about 4 hours. 4.5, 5 is what I'm gonna be shooting for streams, but I think that this is probably an okay time for us to stop. Because we can't do much for an hour. And I might start streaming at 5 instead of 4, because that seems to be when most people are available to start stuff. So we might mess around with that this coming week. I might mess with that on Friday. We'll see. I'll keep everyone posted if I change anything. But yeah, that's what I got for now. Let's, shall we find someone to raid? Give me just a second to find where my browser went. There it is. This was so good, though. I'm gonna be thinking about this for a while. Y'all wanna go say hi to Gucky? Look, we love Gucky here. And she is playing some Elden Ring. And that is my jam right now. So, unless people have suggestions, let's go say hi to Gucky. Thanks for being here, Dougie. It's Gucky time! Gucky time! Time to say hi to Gucky. But yeah, like I said, thank y'all for being here and hanging out. I love y'all. We'll be back on Friday with some indie stuff, I think. Yeah, it's the beginning of March. It's not Friend Friday time yet. We'll do some indie games. Listen, I just love you too, Dougie, okay? Okay, listen, I just love you. You're great. You're all great. I love all of you so much. But yeah, we're gonna go say hi to Gucky. I'll see y'all next time. Have a good rest of your night. Time zone. We'll see you later. Take care of your dang selves. And we'll see you later, friends.